sullekin tulee kutsu. Siinä on
Hyvää huomenta ja tervetuloa mukaan Turun 7. Eurooppa-foorumin 3. aamuun.
Welcome to the third morning of the 7th Europe Forum. I'm Lauri Jokilainen. I will be the moderator today. And all Finnish sessions will be interpreted into English via Interpret application. Chat is open as well. Please join in to chat discussion with the QR code on the screen right now. And next, the stage will be taken by session Beacon of Hope, OSCE, Civil Society at Home and Abroad, Past and the Future. This is offered by Association of Historians Without Borders. Please take the floor. Thank you. And of course, thank you, Europe Forum, for giving us a chance to take the floor. I will be the moderator here during the panel, and I'm Louis Clerc, and I also work as professor at the University of Turku, political history. So this panel and the running of the panel is so that I will first give you a short presentation to begin with, and after that I will have some questions, and I propose that every time you reply a question, so also introduce in the first hand or who you are. So because we have here a representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also NGO representative. Everything started actually by Elina Valtonen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who said as part of the Finnish 2025 OSCE's chairmanship, she would like to see that Finland and OSCE are beacon of hope for many countries in the region. But at the same time, this organization is stuck in a way, mainly thinking of the crisis related to Russia and Ukraine. And you think of civil society, the chances of participating and being involved in foreign policy and security policy is changing as a result of the changed situation and economic cutbacks. So we have in the panel academics, civil society representatives and officials. And we are here to discuss the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and just before the Finnish chairmanship. And if you think of the predecessor, OSCE, so CSCE 1975, that was actually born in Finland, it's perhaps most known moment in the diplomacy history of Finland. If you think of the spirit that is still prevailing and actually being the ghost in the rhetorics of Finnish diplomacy, so there's the spirit of Helsinki of 1975. And in 1991, autumn, or actually later, in the 2000s, there was another meeting presided by President Niinistö, just to see if we can solve the crisis related to Ukraine. If you think of the toolbox of Finland, Helsinki solution will be like a forum in a way presented by OSCE. In the Cold War, you would have the West and the East, and today we have more or less all security people of Europe represented, and all stakeholders are represented in that regard. And therefore, it's easy to use and it's easy to propose this platform. And Finland has great reputation related to this. Finland has the stamp of Helsinki, which is a very strong thing. And this is not only true to the state of Finland, but also to NGOs and people. The theatre of the city of Turku is a good reminder, a good place for us to remember that it was 1985 when Finland was being represented in Budapest, the Cultural Forum, organized by this organization, amongst others, the former Swedish theatre manager, Ralph Långbacka, who actually was a very important person in the representation of Finland during the cultural aspects of the organization and in the meetings. And of course, official state representatives were there as well, but also NGOs and individuals were involved. And Sanaste, perhaps it means something to those who are perhaps senior citizens here in the audience. It's the Finnish workshop to promote their security. And this association actually supported very vividly all operations of OSCE. NGOs play a role today and also in the past in this organization, and therefore this panel would like to highlight the role of the state of Finland, of course, but also that of the NGOs. And the panel is organized as part of the Historians Without Borders Association's OSCE by All project. The objective of this project is to highlight civic society, the voices of experts related to the Finnish chairpersonship of 2025, and also to promote discussions over the Finnish history and history in exile, memory and politics in the Nordic and Baltic countries. This project will be launched this autumn. It is a dialogue project bringing together historians and teachers and NGOs and decision makers in Finland, Sweden, Estonia to discuss together the history and politics and its impact in Russia and close by. And unfortunately, we can see quite clearly that the past and the concept of the past has a huge impact also, in particular if we think of Russia right now. But let's start our discussions right now. And we shall start well, I talked about Ralph Lundbacka, we could go even back further to the past. It was in December 1991 when the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the time, who was Paavo Väyrynen, wrote to the President of the Republic, Mauno Koivisto, that Finland is the hosting country of the next follow-up meeting of CSCE. Could we have the resources in place to create in the conference a proper discussion over the architecture of Europe? And in this panel, we shall now reflect how is Finland going to use its resources and what is the sufficient level of our resources when you think of this chairpersonship of 2025. So let's start. Do you have a comment actually concerning this short introduction I just made? And after that, of course, let's talk about the current situation, challenges, possibilities, and then let's talk about the future outlook as well. And we will also have some time from the audience at the end. So, if we start from you, Toni, please present yourself first and give then your comment concerning this introduction. Thank you, Louis, and thank you, Historians Without Borders, for organizing this session. Indeed, chairpersonship is hopefully now more visible to Finns as it is approaching. Perhaps one thing, yes, in 2021, as we applied for the chairmanship, the situation was different. The attack by Russia to Ukraine started in 2022, and the spirit of Helsinki perhaps was lost a bit, but not our strength, because we have the Declaration of Helsinki, its principles, they are still there. And if you think of the report on security questions and foreign policy questions, so that also means that we want to keep up the commitments and the declaration. In 1975, there was an agreement that the borders are intact, you cannot violate the borders, and there's also determination of sovereign states. They can decide which alliances they want to be part in or organizations or not to be part of. If you think of the list, there are 10 points at Catalonia, so it's quite a list of things that Russia is now violating, in particular the third basket, because there are baskets. There are different topics in the baskets. So they have political and the military questions, and then economy and environment, and then human-related questions, including human rights. And as Minister Valtonen said this week, so this agreement had not only commitments as towards states and their relationships, but also the state's relationship with its nation, the nationals, citizens. And therefore the third basket had an impact on this peaceful relationship, if you think of the Iron Curtain as it fell down. So a different situation, yeah, indeed, compared to 2021 when we applied for the chairpersonship. So that is the point. And then Maria, please. Hello, I'm Maria Mekri, and Safe for Globe Chief Executive Officer, and Safe for Globe is an NGO and think tank for peace. And it's an association, so it's a part of the civic society. And if you think of all these national organizations, large ones, they do have a support system in place with scholars, with the NGOs, and all of these stakeholders make sure that we pay attention to this organization, no matter what is the event or thing going on right then. So these are supportive measures around OSCE, and they've been, well, taken down little by little over the decades. If you think of NGOs who would be able to support OSCE, they don't really exist that much. There's very little research at the moment, and this is very much a pity, because if you think of the cracking of the support systems, then the focus is more and more towards the political processes, and currently they are stagnating. So it is not about, if you think of the 60 countries or so, it is a huge international operator where in a very interesting way they've been able to create ideas of the multi-stream cooperation between these different countries. So it is an inbuilt thought that you try to create something. If one path would not work, then you would have indeed other paths that you can take in order to collaborate. So therefore, it is an ingenious idea even today, but in the current situation where we are, it is very difficult. Right. What about OSCE? If you think of all other organizations out there, currently existing, past ones, is this organization peculiar because, or different because it has the support by the NGOs? Or is it the same for all international organizations as well? I would say in human security and dimension, a unique organization. Because OSCE, well, not just the armament questions and de-armament, but there's also democracy, people, minority rights at the very same core. And that, I would say, is for OSCE the unique side of things. There are other processes, discussions on security, and we can see that elsewhere there is a similar line of thinking, but this organization has been clearly a pathfinder. Do you have a concrete example to give to the audience about that? Is there a particular program? Well, I was thinking of my person next to me, if he had some. Well, I actually forgot to introduce myself, so Toni Sandelin. I work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, and I'm now the deputy head of the Finnish OSCE Chairpersonship 2025 Task Force. And we're here to support the chair in office, who is the Foreign Minister Valtonen during that year. And of course, we're preparing for the chairpersonship. But indeed, this is a vast organization for security, and that is also the point of it. In political questions, there's an understanding that that is not only decisive by itself, but there are also rule of law principles. We need the environment, the economy. We have to take care of that. It's an integration of things. These are integral parts of the existence of this organization. And that has brought the civil society to this big picture. We have an annual meeting in Warsaw for the organization with hundreds of NGOs. It lasts 2 weeks. It used to be 3 weeks, but now it's 2 weeks, and you can feel free to criticize and also give good feedback to these states. And they are also involved in implementation. They have missions, 13 missions, and also civil society is involved. So therefore, the core thing, and also if you think of the Warsaw Pact countries and the Soviet Union, when there was awareness of their own rights at the time, so one can say that if somebody asks a question of that, everybody agrees on that point. So, of course, you need to have the change, but you need to first be aware of any things you have. So therefore, this organization is, as said, a conference first. The Conference of Security Cooperation in Europe, 35 countries signing the agreement, 1994. Then the Organization for Security and Cooperation. So it was a hybrid, first a conference and then an organization who actively works with the civil society involved. And then your concern, as I said, during our chairpersonship, we want to highlight civil society and also scholars, that we have academics and civil society who reflect the future of their organization. It is very important to now have sort of extensive reflection in the society about the future and possibilities. I would like to add to this, if you think of the practical level of things, for instance, the conference in Warsaw, that is an example. You can come over there for even 2 or 3 weeks, and that means that you have to pay travel expenses. That person needs to have some background work first, and if they are not paid for that, there has to be money to cover that, because it is part, or they could be part of their job description as well. But this might mean more difficulties as for transparency. And that means that coordination means that you have to have, to a certain extent, some means, financial means to do this. And sometimes there are question marks in the air. How do we get the resources and how do we get them? The source and where. So if you want to have more involvement by the civil society and develop it, you need to have a clear understanding on the resources, the funds. Where do they come from? How will they be used? And what are the criteria set for the operations?
We'll get back to this a little bit later, but returning to how this works in today's world, what type of the OSCE Finland is going to be chairing? Toni, could you open this up for us a little bit? What is the internal status, internal situation of OSCE at the moment? I'm aware that the organization is sort of at a deadlock. They're not really being able to be very active at the moment for understandable reasons. It's enough that one member is against and everything gets locked in place. Could you explain how the activities are running at the moment and what kind of opportunities there are with this current system? Exactly due to the fact that there has to be consensus for 57 countries. All formal processes are complicated. The organization has not approved a budget for a couple of years now, and this next week, 4 central institutions, the chair presidency and 3 other institutions, media freedom and minorities, human rights, for example, these top positions are being opened up next week. And then, so Finland, we have a due date on the 30th of December 2025 is the date when Finland's chairpersonship will end. There are hundreds of people working there, budget difficulties, and all these 13 missions. A lot of important things are being done with the assistance of voluntary work and financing. And the dialogue that this is all based on, this is not a club for people who all agree. So in Vienna, there is a dialogue going on, and I do not see any real chances for things opening up. But about 50 countries out of 57 are in favor of certain principles, so they are able to support the Ukraine. So OSCE is quite strong actually in supporting Ukraine. And outside of the consensus demand requirement, we are able to do things, for example, require the responsibility that Russia bears for the attack on Ukraine. We're also able to train, they are able to train people, human rights activists, for example, collect data, information from the field. So OSCE is still functioning, but it is difficult. I would say it even more clearly that being stuck, it is stuck and there are difficulties, but the internal working in atmosphere may be so poor. When I was in Vienna, I heard someone say, when someone walked out of the meeting and said that, well, this time no one shouted. So the meetings can really be in such a poor atmosphere that people are shouting. And of course, this makes everything more difficult. And it's interesting how this, on the other hand, people get, tough if the other party is trying to stop the dialogue by shouting, the others get really tough and say, this is not going to work, we're not going to give in to this. And of course, peace mediation work is continuing, and many Finns are working at OSCE, and they still feel satisfaction for their work despite the current situation. Can we say that the countries who are more interested, there are countries who are more interested in making OSCE function better? If we talk about only the member states, what are the division lines internally in OSCE? Well, perhaps the most interesting phenomenon after the war in Ukraine, interest in Central Asia has increased, and those countries in that area have also been more in the front lines. What Maria mentioned about the culture of shouting, the internal situation is not good, but when we have the chairpersonship, we will look at the things that we can do without the consensus, resilience in crisis situations. We have good experience in that, and that is on a good level in Finland. So we want to support from Moldova, countries in the Central Balkans or South Caucasia or Central Asia. We want to be able to support those countries, and we'll attempt to look at the possibilities we have in that. And Maria is completely right about the fact that we need funds for that, and the organization has to be able to renew its operations in these new situations, because we're not seeing a big change coming anytime soon in that respect. And can we also see the new interest in the NGO field in Central Asia? I have understood that there is new interest, but unfortunately we don't have the resources. Of course, it would be nice to have better contacts, closer contacts with Central Asian countries. For Finland, those are extremely interesting countries. Supporting democracy and supporting the civil society in these countries would be of key importance. But currently, I just don't see that we have operators, actors who would be able to further such cooperation here in Finland. Okay, we'll continue. In 2025 is probably going to bring new interest to Finland's actions and OSCE and NGOs in general. But what is currently the situation within the OSCE, considering other international organizations, the opportunities as well as challenges that Finland's chairpersonship is going to bring about? I would mention a few challenges, and one of those is kind of imbalance between the internal and external foreign policy. NGOs require internal support in order to be able to function externally, and that support is weak. Even in Finland, I'm going to mention here that Finland now removed the clause 2490/50, which applies to funding for organizations such as VISE. They naturally would have had a partnership in place. Also, Finland's Atlantic Association, Safer Globe. There are so many actors, and the funding has been so significant, whereas earlier it was possible with a less funding to find some type of cooperation in the ecosystem, some small streams of funds coming in. I remember that, for example, these NGOs meetings, we sort of cooperated, who could be sending people and so on. But currently the situation in the ecosystem, well, not right now, but starting at the beginning of year 2025 is so weak that this type of maneuvering and cooperation and agreeing is not going to help because the resources are simply not there. But then the security situation in general has weakened, and it has also weakened in relation to the NGOs. Hybrid influencing is taking place also through the NGOs. So the risks have increased greatly. And that also requires resources because NGOs have to protect themselves. Exactly. We need resources and understanding what to do. And understanding simply of the type of situation you're entering in a given situation and with whom is the OSCE NGO meeting where I'm going to be surrounded by Russian NGO representatives at the same time as I have signed all kinds of agreements to the EU that I'm not cooperating with Russian organizations. So we need to have better understanding of how to manage these risks. And if the NGOs had resources, of course it would be possible to organize meetings, events with organizations of certain countries, creating our own guidelines and so on. That also requires, on top of resources, people who know what they're doing, who have experience on these topics. Those people can be found, of course, at the ministry, but do the NGOs have access to those people who could come and do work in the NGOs? I suppose, yes, if we had new people coming up, being trained. We do have a lot of young people who are interested in international issues, and who would like to join the work. Stete had a magazine, and many of us got their first experiences of international cooperation through Stete, and we have been able to educate young people through that. But right now, the meetings are not the kind that we can send Finnish upper secondary school students to. So we do require extensive experience from international NGO work from these people. During the chairpersonship, we have certain initiatives with the NGOs, civil society, and some resources for that, also with researchers. We would like to bring breathe some life into this discussion, so there's not going to be a sudden drop in the cooperation. OSCE as such is not a value in itself. Also, young people will be at the center. We will appoint, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is going to appoint a special representative for the youth, and we want to include youth networks in this work. Universities are very important. So we want to bring about new people and train new people and have them gather experience. Human rights defenders whose situation is getting more and more difficult all the time. We want to make their role more visible. This is also very concrete action in considering the whole defense perspective. Most Finnish human rights operators, their resources are also significantly lower as they have been previously. So we do what we can with lower resources than previously. Yes, but this really requires a completely new strategic approach. I would like to see mentors for the new young people, especially if they are faced with difficult situations. these meetings can really be quite difficult, I have to say. Finnish young people are wonderful, but mentoring is important. Perhaps universities could also provide some services. I feel there should be wider, more extensive training for international positions, but that's also a resource question for the universities.
Universities also have some guidelines. And what about the chairpersonship? What are the priorities during that chairpersonships? And what are those topics that the machinery, the ministry, and also the minister will bring about? Well, indeed, it is the minister who will present the first lines on 19th of September in Vienna when she participates in a meeting. So there will be sort of general points as well. I think I referred to this already at the beginning. As we have 50 years, we will celebrate 50 years of the declaration of signing of the Declaration of Helsinki. There have been consultations with nearly all of the countries who participated at different levels. And what has been highlighted are the principles and commitments of the organization. So we go back to the core, I would say, and make a reminder about the commitments that were in the UN Charter as well. They are already mentioned in the Charter. A majority of the countries agree. Well, Belarus and Russia perhaps are the exceptions, but the rest of the countries think how to recommit to these engagements that were made. That will be a major part of our work. On the other hand, then supporting Ukraine, that will be visible in different ways. And as long as war is in the middle of Europe and Russia's aggression continue, so we will not forget that. Then there are other close regions to EU that are interesting, collaboration, they're interested in working together with the OSCE, so we respond to them as much as the chair country can. And then third point, it will be the future. In everything we do, the civil society, scholars, academics included, and then the future reflection of the organization, possible visions, then civil society. And throughout the year, entire year, during our chairmanship, there will be indeed this reflection going on. We have European networks, and we'll see how they can support the work. There's the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, who is coordinating researchers' network in Finland to reflect this question together. So this is the way. This is the sort of a starting point. We will present the program in January. So the entire program. Okay, so the internal situation of the organization somehow forces you to go back to the basics of OSCE, what is written in the agreement and what is then the commitments made by the different countries, and then operate with the possibilities given by the organization. I think there's an interesting thought here that you have to go back to the past. Also, because of the back to basics, you mean? Yes, it is a core thing. And then at the same time, look into the future as well. So building the bridge. And one of the builders of the bridge must be civil society and also scholars and academics. Quite interesting to note the Helsinki Declaration, which is translated into Finnish as well. For the first copy, there were 44,000 copies made. And the actual agreement is that we commit that this is very much known, visible and aware in the countries who participate. I know Soviet Pact and the Warsaw Pact and Soviet Union perhaps did not sort of publish it that widely, but it was about giving it to civil society. And how many copies are now in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? If we can check out the number you have. I think there were committees as well. So we have diversity committees around the world. I think it's a question of generation as well. Well, majority a bit older senior persons. In the 1970s, when the conference was established, there was international work that was understood by civil society in a different way. And as you said, there was also the Warsaw Pact, and then organizations were involved, perhaps not the same way as they are today. Well, I would say even less in the future. If you think of youth organizations, so unfortunately, we have the Youth for Europe and UN Youth, and if we only had an organization for OSCE youth to add on, that would be a sort of a direct way to support the organization. But it means we have to have the young people. There has to be an interest towards this. But we do have the UN mock meetings and also the EU meetings, so we could have these mock-up meetings also related to OSCE or scenario exercises related to organization, because the tasks themselves are very interesting ones. I'm a bit concerned about this stagnation, as I said. Then in the general debate, there are only perhaps just quick thoughts that are given out that the whole OSCE should be put to the trash bin wholly today. But what does it mean? What is the role of the organization? These are the questions. But if you think of the uniqueness of the organization, you have 57 member states, and we've been able to build very extensively. This is a very important international stakeholder. Therefore, it is so confusing that all of a sudden, now, we are facing a situation that just put it to the bin. That's it. So therefore, I would say, now Finland having the chairpersonship, I think we somehow all need to understand that there has to be a strategic reform within the organization. It is needed, but the core principles and the line of thinking, cooperation, and everything that has been crystallized into this organization is so valuable and so unique that whatever we can do here to keep up that core is actually crucial. And historically speaking, very crucial. One more thing that I would like to add about the future, the easiest way to support this organization is to start to build the pillars, to support it, around it. And these support pillars and the building of them, I would say, is much easier task to do compared to opening up the whole stagnation. So you mean that all the core problems around the core, we should build everything we can in order to support that, and also NGOs will be there. And Tony, would you like to say something? Yes, the future of OSCE, you have to keep this organization in the future. There's, I think, unanimous understanding that we have to keep the organization. But of course, yes, that's also the line of thinking of Finland. At a certain point, when there's, well, harsh waters will not be there anymore, we need dialogue on a forum, and OSCE would be a natural channel for that. One thing, even if you think of arms control at the moment, focus is on keeping up the maintaining the skills. There are great mechanisms within the organization for that, and generations move on and on, so we need to keep up with that knowledge and skills. So we need also action that will enhance trust. And perhaps, I don't know, if armament, it's not an interest of anyone at the point. And therefore, we have a natural channel for these questions. And also, once the war of aggression of Russia ends, and if Ukraine wills or is willing, then we have a natural role in this organization for observation of ceasefire, controlling disarmament. So I'm sure OSCE will be needed in the future, and it will be as relevant as in the past when now we have this one member state violating things. If you think of now of the chairpersonship 2025, and then you think of aftermath of the war in Georgia, and it was carried out within OSCE, do you think that one scenario for 25 could be that the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine could be organized within the auspices of OSCE, so that this organization would be the forum for that? Well, if I think of peace mediation, the formal role for OSCE will be rather minor. Well, 57 member states. It is not a forum for peace negotiations, but it will actually be a ticket for Finland towards different discussions, and we are there. And that, I would say, also President of the Republic Stubb they highlighted this on Tuesday during the ambassador days, that there's the role for Global South. So that could be a direction where this is a channel. But I don't think that we will negotiate for peace within the OSCE, but possibly, I can't say for sure, but possibly there will be a role as to enact the peace agreement. I would say that is a very important role to implement the peace agreement, and you are neutral stakeholder who is able to control and implement things. So that, I would say, is a very core thing to make sure that there is a permanent peace. It is all about trust and keeping that. Yes, and certainly Ukraine perspective. You have to remember that Russia is part of this organization, it is a member, so therefore the will of Ukrainians has to be something that has to be considered. Thank you. And I think we now have a few minutes left for any questions from the audience. I can't see you well, but if there's anybody willing to ask briefly anything, so please wait for the microphone. Thank you. I think I have 4 minutes. I hope this is working. I hope this microphone is working. Thank you very much for this. And it is great to hear about this future Finnish chairpersonship. I have 2 quick questions. The Beacon of Hope, great title, and I'm sure that is true also for any other international organizations, the EU, the Council of Europe. Tony, a question for you. Is it more collaboration that you envisage? Because I know the Reykjavik Summit Declaration had a vision of the closer cooperation, not to have parallel functions. But I represent organizations, so we always need to remember not to have overlapping parallel things. So how can we support the rule-based international system more? And then another question. The civil society support is very important. We all know that. It's a fundamental pillar of everything. But now we have scarce resources, as Maria just said. But we have in Finland good practices in place, that civil society is involved in different processes, even earlier. And I think now things have weakened lately. So Tony, I was wondering, is there a chance to consult civil society as for the priorities and the Finnish NGOs? There were consultations, and also could you consult before the chairpersonship? So I would like to get some support from the state officials. And I do know we are all involved, but I mean the process, if there's, well, don't touch funding, but also keep up the processes and the good practices, because they are unique in the international comparison. Well, Anu, as for your first question, I would add a question on the enlargement of the EU, because we have new candidate countries and they are all members of OSCE. Okay, state officials, please answer. If you think of cooperation, very good remark that you made, that NGOs should supplement, everybody should supplement each other. If you think of human rights questions, we do have NGOs with whom we have even legally committing and binding obligations towards the member states. And it's quite often too much, actually, that within the OSCE we don't have the grounds, because somehow we not take into account the standards of Council of Europe, even though majority of member states are bound by these principles. So I think we need to find the practical ways and coordinate things. And then the question is how to do that in practice. Well, we need to reflect a lot on that. Then about the consultations. We have had a round of consultations, and Historians Without Borders have played a role there as an NGO. So therefore civil society was being heard. We have some initial things. We don't yet have the program. And I think Mr. Valtonen has the 10th of September a hearing session, consultation session, where we shall hear more things. And together with the researchers network, we have ongoing things as well. So indeed, the scholars are being heard about the preparatory work of the program for the chairpersonship. Did I reply? Oh, EU enlargement, yes. Very quickly on that. So, of course, the Finnish perspective of the organization is to support EU and then see what is the value added given by the OSCE to each of the sectors. And that depends on the country. Moldova, it is security, that is more than within the EU, but yes, the EU has larger shoulders. Thank you very much for you, the speakers and the audience for the questions, and we shall now conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you very much, Historians Without Borders in Finland and the speakers. And we'll continue the stage in 15 minutes' time. Google Finland has session AI as a driver of economic growth. And the cafeteria downstairs is open. See you soon.
Hei ja tervetuloa Sopukkaan. Seuraavaksi täällä alkaa Google Finlandin tarjoama AI as a driver
Finland
of
is
economic
offering AI
growth
as a driver of
keskustelu.
economic growth
Ohjelman
discussion.
kieli on englanti, joten
And the language will be English, so therefore we will continue in
Hi
English.
and welcome to the Nook. My name is Lauri Inkiläinen and I'm your host today at this stage. Next up we have Google Finland and the discussion about AI as a driver of economic growth. If you want to take part in the chat discussion, there is a QR code on the screen that takes you to the right place. Welcome Google Finland and AI as a driver of economic growth. The floor is yours.
Huomenta, good morning, god morgon. My name is Heidi Jan and I am Google's public policy lead here in Finland, but I also lead our work on priority projects across Northern Europe. And we're very glad to see so many of you here today. And the topic of our event today is, maybe unsurprisingly, given that we are representing Google, is artificial intelligence. Now, after a short introduction, I'm going to hand over to Niklas Berit Lundblad, who is the Senior Director and Strategic Advisor at Google DeepMind. We're eager to hear your thoughts, comments, questions, so there's going to be a chance towards the end to ask questions. But before I hand over, I want to set the scene a little bit. So let's see. For some reason, here we go. So you will for sure have heard a lot of technology people say AI is transformational and it will transform the ways we live, work, act in ways that we cannot even really imagine. Now, Niklas is going to tell you more about this. But from the outset, I think what is important to emphasize is that with any new technology comes both challenges and a whole host of opportunities. Just like the introduction of cars did back in the days. This required new infrastructure and quite literally rules of the road. And the same goes with other types of new technologies. Now, before we dive deeper into the subject, it's important and good to understand that AI is the holistic term for any computer system taught to mimic natural intelligence, the one that all of you possess. But as you see here on the slide, there are a number of subsets of artificial intelligence. In the past few years, the subset towards the end, generative AI, is the one that has gotten a lot of attention. Various tools for generating various kinds of content have become popular among the broader public. And this has, of course, sparked a new kind of discussion on the impact of especially generative AI. Google commissioned Implement, a specialized research consultancy, to look into this topic of the economic impact of generative AI. This slide is fairly simplistic, but what it says is that Gen AI can really have a transformational impact, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen automatically. Implement also studied Finland and how it compares with peer countries. And their estimate is that generative AI could really have a significant economic impact. You see the numbers here, a boost to Finland's GDP by 20 to 25 billion euros, 8% GDP boost over 10 years, if widespread adoption is achieved. Now, the gains would come from 3 different sources. And these include the productivity increases from people working together with the help of generative AI, then freed up time from generative AI's automation potential, and then the re-employment of time for other value-creating activities. And of course, delayed adoption would reduce the economic potential. Implement also looked at the various sectors of the Finnish economy and essentially concluded that all sectors should be able to benefit from this productivity boost that then stems from really augmenting workers' capabilities and reprioritizing use of time, which in practice would, for example, mean less time on admin and more time for research and development. The researchers also noted that 75% of AI's economic potential lies in service sectors, while then manufacturing and other sectors can also benefit really from other types of AI. Interesting here is also that key public services such as education and healthcare stand to benefit from Gen AI. Now, the experts also looked at how digital front-runner countries in Europe are doing in terms of the different parameters needed to achieve this economic potential. And for Finland, you see that when it comes to operating environment and government strategy, Finland scores pretty well, really well, to be honest. But then when it comes to the commercial uptake and areas such as development here in Finland, less so. And then the question of talent is one that always, of course, comes up in these conversations. Now, these challenges are, of course, not unique to Finland, and we are here at the Europe Forum, and we know for certain that these questions will be discussed a lot in the EU in the upcoming years. And that means that there's always a risk of kind of not seeing the forest because of the trees. So it's important to also keep in mind what the longer-term vision is. And that brings me really to our lead speaker. So Niklas comes from DeepMind, and DeepMind is a part of Google that is essentially a artificial intelligence research laboratory. They have a very ambitious mission to solve some of the hardest scientific and engineering challenges of our time, working to create breakthrough technologies that could advance science, transform work, serve diverse communities, and improve billions of people's lives. So, without further ado, welcome, Niklas. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. So what I'd like to talk about today is AI at the boundaries of science. And the reason I'd like to do that is that I don't think in 30 years, when we write the history of artificial intelligence, that we will be writing the history of chatbots. Chatbots have become the mental picture we have for artificial intelligence right now. We think about, Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, writing a prompt, getting a response back. You ask something, you get a limerick. It's all very fun and great, and it's very helpful. And there's real economic value here, as Heidi points out. But the reality is that artificial intelligence has another role to play in our economies and our societies that's much more exciting. And if we want a new metaphor for understanding what artificial intelligence can do in the long term, a better metaphor is that of the scientific instrument. This is a telescope, one of the big space telescopes. And just like telescopes will allow you to see what's really far away, or a microscope will allow you to see what's really, really, really small, artificial intelligence is a scientific instrument that allows you to see super complex things in a much easier way. And also allows you to start interacting with really complex things in entirely new ways. And this is important because this is something that we have struggled with in the last couple of decades. In fact, scientific productivity, the pace at which we produce new scientific breakthroughs, is slowing down. And if that happens, the rest of society slows down as well. Research and development are locked in a complex dance in our modern societies. And unless we have research insights, scientific insights, it's really hard to get development and really hard to get economic growth. So with this image of science, of artificial intelligence as a scientific instrument, as perhaps the universal scientific instrument that we can use to solve really complex challenges, we could explore new areas that will have an enormous importance for the economy. And I want to give you a couple of examples. And I am, I have to confess at this point, unfortunately, a huge nerd. And so the kind of example I'm going to give you is this, folding proteins. And I can hear how excited you are, folding proteins. My God, I've been waiting for this all morning. And you go like, wait, what? So what is this? Why do we care about proteins? Proteins are the building blocks of life. Essentially, anything that happens in you happens because a protein is achieving it. We are bags of water and proteins. If you want to cure a disease, you fix the protein. If you want to fix an inherited condition, fix the protein. If you want to make sure that you find a new medicine, find the protein. Proteins are at the very heart of biological science and biological technology. And we know what they look like. They look like this. They're amino acids in a certain sequence. And we have a pretty good understanding of what most proteins are, what they consist of. But the problem is that this doesn't really help us. This is a two-dimensional representation of a protein. And you can see what it looks like and you think, I understand this thing, but then it folds into this, right? This is what a protein looks like, a complex three-dimensional picture. And if you think about knowing this and then seeing this, you realize that if you really want to do something with this protein, you have to figure out what it looks like. The best way to think about it is to think about a Lego piece. If I tell you that a Lego piece has 4 dots, and that's it. That's roughly what we're being told here, right, in the previous picture. I tell you it has 4 dots, but I don't tell you how they're arranged. I don't tell you what the little Lego cube looks like. You don't know what to do with that. You need to know how they're arranged and the three-dimensional shape of the Lego in order to know what you can build with it. It's exactly the same thing with proteins. You need to know their three-dimensional form. Now, this is a hard problem. This is so hard that you used to use it to punish biology PhDs. So what you did was you told the biology PhD, here's a protein, go away and fold the protein, come back in 4 years and you'll get your PhD. And so that's essentially what you would do. And it would take 4 years to fold this protein, and then you would have achieved something really important. We looked at this, our science folks looked at this and said, I wonder if there's a way for us to apply deep learning, reinforcement learning, different kinds of artificial intelligence techniques to accelerate the pace at which we solve this problem. And we built something that we call AlphaFold. AlphaFold is essentially a search engine for three-dimensional structures of proteins. So you write the protein in, you get a three-dimensional structure. We published this a few years back with 200 million proteins folded in the first iteration. We've gone much further since and just launched the 3rd revision that also looks at biological interaction design, like how different proteins interact. And when you actually search this, you get the prediction, the green, the actual protein, the blue, and you can start to compare them and you see how well they match. You also get the kind of confidence that the machine has that this works. Now, this is interesting because if we go back to the question of scientific productivity and start thinking about this, we go like, okay, it used to take 4 years to fold a protein. They folded 200 million proteins. So 4 times 200 million, that's 800 million years. That's a lot. And even if I'm off by a factor of 10, that's still a lot, because then it's like tens of millions of years of progress in science that was produced by applying artificial intelligence to a well-structured problem in a very short time. So this is the real promise, we would argue, of artificial intelligence, the acceleration of scientific discovery. And it's now being used, because we open sourced it by 1.8 million scientists across the world, to cure diseases. I went to Spain recently and met a gentleman there who's researching sleeping disease, which is one of the most horrible diseases in Africa. And it's not been sort of looked at that much because, frankly, there's not a lot of people who can pay for the medicines. But with the help of this tool, he'd been able to start to map and understand the proteins involved in sleeping disease. And so that allowed him to then start making progress towards a cure as well. And so when we can do this, when we can drive scientific productivity, accelerate it by millions of years, we're going to also see effects overall on the economy. And it's not only protein design, it's plenty of other scientific areas as well. We can apply this to quantum chemistry and find entirely new materials in material science. We can apply it to pure math, and we can find entirely new insights in mathematics. And this is interesting because usually when you think about artificial intelligence, you think about applied things. So biology is a pretty applied science. But in math, we can have the computer play itself to find a better way of solving a mathematical problem. So by using technologies that we use to teach the computer to play video games and chess and games like Go, we can actually have it play math and find entirely new mathematical insights. An example of this was that we recently released a paper on matrix multiplication, which is also really exciting for nerds, but perhaps not for everyone else. And the paper showed clearly that we had one really good method of doing this for the last 150 years, devised by a human being. By just having the computer play itself, we can improve that by 19%, that method, and find an entirely new way of something that we had been sort of struggling with for 150 years. And that's fascinating for many reasons, not least because at the very heart of machine learning lies matrix multiplication. So we're using the technology to build better versions of the technology, and that in turn allows us to progress even faster. Another area that I'll speak a little bit more about shortly is fusion. even in this problem, which is super hard, but if solved would be really important, you can apply artificial intelligence to control the plasma in the core. And then weird things like weather prediction. Weather prediction is one of those things where you go like, well, that's nice. There's going to be a thunderstorm tonight in Åbo, and it's good to know that. But weather prediction is much, much more important than we usually believe. And the reason for that, of course, is agriculture. When you actually when you sort of go to the fields and when you put out new seed, matters enormously. The weather matters enormously for that, because if it rains, you can destroy an entire harvest if it rains really hard. So what we did was develop something called GraphCast, which is an ability to do smaller weather predictions for micro areas in a much higher resolution with greater accuracy. Again, by applying artificial intelligence to existing weather data. And so across all of these areas, you can improve our knowledge and you can improve what we learn and know through the application of artificial intelligence. Fusion is a special case where if you actually would be able to solve this, it would solve so many other problems. And what we do in Fusion is that we have this problem of trying to control the different kinds of cores that you find there on the right. That's very, very hard for human beings to do, but we have started to show that some applications that we've developed in artificial intelligence might actually be able to do that. And if you could unlock Fusion, you could do a lot of really, really cool things. But again, I also want to bring it back to the current. And not just by sort of figuring out new solutions in energy, you can also do things with existing systems. So one of the things that we've done with our own data centers is we've applied artificial intelligence to decide how they consume energy and reduced energy consumptions by between 20 and 40% in different data centers. Now imagine applying that to the national grid. Imagine an energy efficiency increase, even at like 10% across national grids in Europe. The kind of impact that would have on climate change. So, in order to do this, we have an entire team that just thinks about choosing problems. And they recently told me a story about this man. This is sort of a test of the audience. Do you know who this is? No, you do not. I did not either, even though I'm a huge nerd. This man in the very fetching hat is the mathematician David Hilbert. So in the beginning of the 20th century, the year 1900, he was really, really unhappy with the progress in mathematics. He thought that mathematics had fundamentally failed to produce any great insights the last 100 years, and he thought that there was no focus and everybody just ran off and worked on problems that weren't important. So he went to the International Math Congress in Paris and presented 23 problems. He said, these are the problems you should work on. These are the problems you should focus on. And they all have the following quality. They are tractable in the sense that we know a little bit about how to solve them. And if we solve them, they unlock entire domains of new knowledge. And both of those things make them what we call root node problems. So our science team works hard with trying to find those root node problems that if we unlock them, can create an enormous amount of change. Quantum chemistry is one. Protein folding, it will unlock, it is already unlocking disease understanding, drug discovery, protein design, and synthetic biology. And this, my friends, is the holy grail. Imagine if you could test in silico all of the kinds of different things you want to test for medicine. Instead of having to run things in biological time, you can run them in computational time. And that means that you could do experiments, you could do 1 million experiments in the time it takes to do one experiment in biological matter. So instead of having a little bowl with biological matter in your lab, you would have a computer and you would test in it. And you would be able to explore biology at an order of magnitude so fast that you could find insights that it's taken us thousands of years to found so far. So all of these things unlock different kinds of things, and this is what we're focusing on, the root node problems. And these root node problems include things like fusion, because if you unlock fusion, you unlock cheap energy. If you unlock cheap energy, you unlock desalination and free water. So if you see how these things are connected, it's almost like, for those of you who play Civilization, it's like a technology tree. You unlock parts of the technology tree, and suddenly you're able to have an enormous amount of social change and economic growth. And part of that is actually about making sense of what we already know. The fascinating thing is that we talk about scientific progress as if it's just sort of finding new things. But one of the challenges we have in science today is that there's so much published. There's so many papers published all the time that it's really, really hard to have any basic kind of overview of it. So one of the things that we have started to do is to look at scientific publication databases and say, okay, what if we train models just on these? And you can ask the model a question. You can ask, okay, what are the undervalued, hitherto neglected ways we can approach the question of lung cancer, for example. And by looking at everything that we already know, we can probably find entirely new insights as well. We have this body of scientific knowledge that we are not utilizing because we can't grasp the enormity of it. We're publishing so many papers. Not all of them qualitative, but these machines also have the ability to sort out quality over time and help us to do that. So the old CEO of Hewlett-Packard used to say, if Hewlett-Packard just knew what Hewlett-Packard knows, it would make 10% more profit every year. And it's so true for our society that if we just knew what we actually really know, we will be able to make so much more progress. So this can be done not just with medical papers, of course, it can be done with all kinds of research papers, mining that of which we've already produced. So what are the insights that we have gotten as we worked across science? What are the things that we have learned about how you structure artificial intelligence projects? There are three things that I would like to sort of just generally leave you with. The first is that you need to have a well-defined problem. You need to understand what problem you're solving. The Research and Development Corporation, RAND, published a paper just 14 days ago, or 2 weeks ago, where they looked at AI failures. And interestingly enough, the most common failure was that people had no idea what problem they were solving, which is like, well, great. and so not knowing what kind of problem you're solving is, I think it's more common than we'd like to admit, right? Because we're all sort of just digging in and we have no idea what we're doing. The other one is readable domains, data. We need to be much more thoughtful about how we collect data as organizations, as societies, as governments. What kind of data do we need in order to learn the things that we want to learn? That's a question that we should ask. The first wave of statistical agencies came about because governments realized that they couldn't govern blind. They couldn't govern without data on what they were doing. Now, statistical agencies need to be renewed. They need to be rethought. And we need to be able to make society readable in a new way with all of the safeguards for privacy built in. But we need to figure out how can we make society readable, because that's the only way we'll be able to materially change it, to make a read-write society that we can work with in a way that can draw on the powers of artificial intelligence. Economic growth is unlocked through scientific progress, through working on these problems, through finding the data, through having the great metrics that we have, and through figuring out how we can try to make progress on some of the hardest problems that we're facing today in climate change, social inequality, pandemics, etc. And I think what we're seeing when we think about economic growth, and we talk to a lot of economists about this as well, is that we shouldn't talk about the noun, intelligence, because we like nouns. Nouns are hard and they're concrete, and we sort of, intelligence sounds really great. But we should talk about what the verb is. What is the verb that's hiding beneath the noun? And the verb here is learning. Ways of learning is going to be absolutely essential to economic growth. Economic growth is a kind of learning itself. And once we can use the technologies we have to boost that learning and learn more effectively, we're going to be able to do many more things, including what our founder, Demis, says, is to explore the known universe to its absolute observable limits. And that's the long-term goal, my friends, to figure out how it all works. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niklas, for a very inspiring and thought-provoking talk. Now, we have we have even 20 minutes for questions. So unless there's someone who is super eager to kick it off, we have microphones ready here. I'm going to start off with a warm-up question. You yourself have been involved in many work streams around AI safety, and that's a topic that has also come up here at the Europe Forum. There's all kinds of global efforts, the Frontier Model Forum. There was a very high-level AI safety summit in the UK earlier this year, where you were as well.
Korea, actually, this year. Again, last year was Bletchley, yes.
Right, exactly. And the question is really, do you think that we will be able, in light of everything that you showed as well, will we be able to also manage the other part of the puzzle, so the AI safety questions, collectively?
Yes, I do. I do. And the reason I'm optimistic is that the people working on this have not been surprised by the safety issue. It's something that's been a part of how they've been thinking about artificial intelligence the entire time it's been developed. From the time when DeepMind was founded, there was a safety team. It was sort of built into the overall idea of how to build artificial intelligence, that you need to figure out how to do the safety work as well. And that's something that we have then worked very closely with governments across the world, the UK, the US, the European Union, to figure out what are the kinds of safety tests that we need to build. And it's a really interesting challenge, actually, because here's the thing. With artificial intelligence, we're building this thing, and we don't quite know what it can do. So if you build a windmill, you have a blueprint of the windmill, you build the windmill, and then the windmill mills like things that it does, sort of circle. It does what it's expected to do. You follow the blueprint. When you build some of these models, you add a lot of data, you add a lot of compute, and then you figure out what it can do once you've built it. That's a very different engineering paradigm. So this requires us to develop this entire science that we call evaluation science, which are different ways of evaluating the product, evaluating its behavior, evaluating how it acts in different contexts. And that's something that I think is the reason that AI safety is so important, because we now are building technology that's so complex as to force us to explore it, not just before we build it, but also after we build it, and how it interacts with other kinds of technologies too. So we have this entire team of safety specialists, and then we have an entire team of philosophers that also work on this, and ethicists who sort of think about this deeply. And what they're working on together is this notion of evaluation science. How can we build evaluations that thoroughly and deeply try to understand how these technologies work, more importantly, how they fail, and what kinds of safeguards we can build, how we can retrain them in different ways. And there's a ton of interesting insights there. One of the insights that I find fascinating is that a possible architecture in the future, and we don't know about this, so it's a bit speculative, but a possible architecture in the future is you can build one artificial intelligence to check another, which means that you're building these systems of networks that check each other, and you kind of figure out, okay, how does this work then? How do you put a human in the loop? How do you validate the kinds of outcomes if you have two models checking each other? It's an interesting question, and there's a ton of research going into it. But I do feel we're making a lot of progress too. You mentioned the Frontier Model Forum, and the Frontier Model Forum, one of its core missions is to figure out how to make this evaluation science more robust and how to think about it more deeply. And I was one of the founding members of the Frontier Model Forum, and I can say that all of the labs are equally interested in this. No one has sort of an incentive to go off and make unsafe models, because that's not going to help anyone, and it's not going to be conducive to wide adoption of this technology. And it might well mean that we end up in that delayed curve that you showed in your presentation, and that's not going to be helpful either.
Very interesting. That is definitely a completely different way of approaching certain problems than what we're used to. Over to the audience. We have many questions. Fantastic. So I'm looking at the stage managers to support. Please present yourselves before asking your question. So over here, we have in the middle of the...
Many thanks for the very excellent presentation. My name is Tapani Piha, and I have been working on digital health for the last 10 years. But my question is very different. I'm from Finland, but I worked 20 years in Brussels. I worked in English. And I realized that when I was working in English, my thinking was different than I was working in Finnish. Now, my first question is that, have you seen that if you train large language models using different languages, that the results are different because my thinking is different, and actually I had an Italian colleague who was behaving completely different in Italian than in English. And the second question then is, which is parallel to this, is that how can we guarantee that we can train these large language models with smaller languages? For example, that we are very much afraid of some languages vanishing from the earth because there are few speakers, which means that there's little material. So these two questions, are there differences if you train the language model using different language, and then how we ensure that we are treating the smaller languages in a fair way?
Yes, two excellent. Thank you for that. Those are very good questions, and they're hard. I'm going to start with the second one because I think it's crucially important that we document and try to save as many of those small languages as possible. And this is something that we actually recently, just a few days ago, announced a project in India where we're trying to save a number of small Indian languages and trying to make sure that we collect data on them so that you can train large language models on them. Because as you put forward in the first part of your question, it is really true that the sort of, as Wittgenstein says, the limits of my language are the limits of my world, which means that the kind of language you have impacts your cognition, the ability to think, the things you can think. That has been proven again and again in cognitive science. And so I'm a different person in English than I am in Swedish, than I am in German, than I am in Japanese, etc. So I think there is something really true about that, and it's kind of fascinating because you can even test for it. And one way you can test for it is by asking large language models trained on different language sets what they think about colors. Because colors are differently perceived across different cultures. So if you show a certain kind of green, it can be associated with something in Spain and something very different in Spanish and something very different in, say, German. And so one of the things you can do is you can start to probe these models. And we recently did a very, very, very small test where we checked out one of the large language models we had and backed out from what it thought about colors, what nationality it had. It turned out it was Spanish. We didn't know, which was very funny. And we didn't know really why it turned out Spanish. So there's a lot of really different things there. But I think this is true. And I think that one of the values we risk losing if we all converge on a single language is that we lose diversity of thought. And so what we need to figure out is how can we then build different kinds of data sets that allow us to train on different kinds of languages. And this is being addressed by several governments across the world, actually. So I'm a member of a small advisory group to the Spanish government who is thinking hard about this and launching their own set of Spanish language models. And they're training on the enormous Spanish corpus. They have the advantage of having a large corpus, which again comes to your problem of small languages. How do you build up the corpus? And they're going to release them as open source because they think it's really important that for Spanish contexts, this is done. The same thing is happening in Japan, where the Japanese government is looking at how to do this. And the same thing is happening in some of the, I think it's in the United Arab Emirates, because they believe that culture is captured in language. And unless you actually train on that language, you're not going to be able to culturally communicate. Your cultural intelligence is going to be low, even if your sort of mathematical, logical intelligence is high. So I think there is a real thing there that we're discovering and that we're working through in different ways. And then I think the interesting, the fascinating thing would be if you could ask a model a question and get one answer built not just in Spanish, not translated, but actually built on a set of Spanish concepts, and one in Swedish, one in Italian. I think that might actually be a helpful thing to do in a European context, because you could then get a sense of what the different thought styles look like. And so this is to a philosophy nerd, this is a huge boon, because suddenly we can empirically explore linguistics of thought. We can explore how thought and language connect. And that's something that I think we've just started to do. But it's deeply fascinating, and it's really, really hard. The Swedish AI Commission that I'm also on is figuring out how to make a Swedish language model now. My proposal would be to make it Nordic. It would be much more interesting in many ways. But that still would leave some discrepancies, of course, with the Finnish language that is quite unique. And I think well documented as compared to many other unique languages. So there's an interesting question there of how is the Finnish corpus being curated? What is being done to figure out if there is a way to at least build a corpus you could train on and curate that corpus in the future? And then there's the wider question of how we preserve languages for the long term. And that's tremendously important, but we're losing languages every day. And most initiatives to do that are private. There's something called the Long Now Foundation in San Francisco is working actively on this. And they have something called the Rosetta Project, where they have this really, really small disk where they have all of the versions of, I think they choose the Bible, which is an interesting choice. They choose the Bible, and then they have all these different languages in the Bible, which we should have. If that is the case, and I should reserve my judgment here, but I might be misremembering, it shows a cultural choice embedded in the linguistic choice. That's quite interesting. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. So let's go over here, Christo, and then we take the next to you.
Hello, Christo Lehtonen from Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra. Thank you for the inspiring presentation, and actually also very interesting answer to that previous question. At Finnish Innovation Fund, we've seen that we have the same position that you have, that it's very important to preserve the minority languages or smaller language areas like Finnish language or Swedish language or any Nordic language. Luckily in Finland, we have something called Finnish GPT, which has been developed originally here in the University of Turku. I wanted to ask you if you are familiar with that. It has, and further models have been developed based on that, including by Turku University and Silo AI companies and so forth. Has 300 billion words. Excellent. Has been trained with. My specific question is this: that at Sitra we have promoted towards the European Union the type of policy that von der Leyen's next commission, so von der Leyen #2, should take as an explicit policy goal strategic autonomy in generative AI. And the definition for the strategic autonomy has basically two parts. One is that we should ensure that companies and citizens have access to an open source LLM in all official EU languages. How do you feel about this goal, and would you consider making some part of the Google Bard's LLM open source in the future? Thank you.
So we have open source systems already. We have released something called Gemma in version, I think we're on version 2 now. And there's plenty of open source initiatives. And actually Google is one of the companies that have released most lines of open source code of anyone, because we had a set of open source computing folks in the beginning who were really enthusiastic about this. But I do think that's a really good strategic goal. And I think that having these LLMs open source available, like the Spanish ALIA project, is going to be really powerful. And I think that's something that can then be combined with also working across the sort of transatlantic link. Because my sense is when we talk about strategic autonomy, we often talk about strategic European autonomy, which is probably good. I think the transatlantic link is being undervalued. For many different contemporary political reasons, we've sort of felt that it's a shaky link. But I still think it's a really important one. And I think that it's something that we would like to build towards. And having these be open source also makes sure that you can sort of look at them and avoid that they're being manipulated in different ways, which is one of the reasons the Spanish government is all up for it. I think they can be combined then, and I think one of the things that we're going to see in the future is the combination of commercial and public/open source models in different ways. Because one of the great trends we're seeing is that these models are good at different things. And so as they start to collaborate and we move from the kind of large model-based paradigm to an agent-based paradigm, the collaboration between models will be much, much more important than their sort of individual capabilities. And I think that is something that's going to be more important. And no, I hadn't heard about Finnish GPT, but I will look it up now. Thank you so much.
Very good. We had a question over here, and then I think Jussi was next.
Hi, Tapani Mylly from Business Turku. Thanks for the presentation, and it was especially interesting to see the tree that you showed, the kind of priority list of things to solve first. I was wondering, what's your thoughts on who should on longer scale be able to decide on which problems to solve first or try to solve first? This could be maybe business-driven, or could be society-driven, or could be nerd-driven, maybe.
I fear it might be the third. Yes. No, but I think it's actually a really good question, and I think to some degree it will be driven by private business who think that this is a problem worth solving, and they have the curiosity and opportunity to do so. But I don't think it would be the wrong thing for a society to say, here are some problems that we think are really important to solve. One of the things that we have been thinking a lot about in different contexts and with different governments is this question of how you incentivize different kinds of innovation and research. And traditionally we've had an allocation model, which means you apply, you get an allocated set of funds, and then you try to solve the problem, and then you come back and you talk about whether or not it was a success. Historically, one of the models that have been less explored but is more interesting is the model of the innovation prize. To sort of define a set of problems that if they're solved, the government is going to either buy through public procurement or reward through a prize the building of that particular or solving of that particular problem? And I think it's a super interesting question. If the Finnish government could answer which are the 10 most pressing scientific problems that it would like to see be solved in the next 10 years, in the next 20, in the next 50 years, then it could probably also find an alliance with others. What if Europe did this? If they sort of put up a list and say, here are the big problems. If you solve any of this, we guarantee you a public procurement agreement in which we will put this to the test. And perhaps you make some kind of deal and you say, if you solve it, you get the innovation prize, but you cannot patent the technology, but you need to openly share it. There are all kinds of things here that we can start to do. But it comes back to this question that I sort of tried to press on in my presentation, which is you need to have a well-defined problem. And not knowing what the problem is actually one of the greatest barriers for adoption to artificial intelligence. So we need to get a little bit more serious about the kinds of questions we're asking, the kinds of problems that we want to solve. And if we do, I think it can have a focal effect. It can help us take our resources and efforts and focus them enormously. And when we do, we tend to be able to do quite amazing things. We put people on the moon, we sequence the genome when we really focus on things.
It's a very tangible idea for the EU. I think Jussi was next, and then up there, yes.
Yes, thank you. Very fascinating presentation. Jussi Mäkinen from Technology Industries of Finland. And there are actually two major problems in the political guidelines of the von der Leyen. So one is the fossil-free future, and perhaps another one little less noted is actually a question of materials. So we are quite dependent on materials from third countries. Are we allowed to expect some breakthroughs on those lines, with scientific lines, which you mentioned there, on substitutive materials that we now export to Europe? What is your take on that? Are there low-hanging fruits in there?
I think rare earth materials that are really, really hard to get, and the distribution of which are quite uneven across different countries, and I think it's no secret that a lot of them are in China, for example, are hard to replace in different ways. And I am not enough of an expert to be able to tell you if we're going to be able to find substitutes for those rare earth materials. I think we might be able to find new kinds of materials that can help us do things. And I expect that there's a lot of research going into figuring out which kinds of crystals actually are viable. We published a data set recently with a lot of different crystals that weren't known before, and we handed it off to MIT. There's a lot of work to be done still. You have to research it, you have to search through it, you have to understand what kinds of materials are viable. But in there, if we're lucky, there might be materials that improve, for example, the efficiency of a solar panel, or that allow you to build a battery that's 10x more powerful. Just imagine being able to build more powerful batteries in large countries like Finland or Sweden, where a lot of the energy is being lost in transmission. You could suddenly start to store it up in batteries in different ways, and you could transport those batteries, and you could do it, in a way that's sustainable. And suddenly you would have an entirely different energy production mechanism. So if there are materials that can do things like that in there, I think that's also really exciting. But I will be, I think one of the things that we have to teach the LLMs and also possibly speakers at conferences is to occasionally say, I don't know, so I'll do that there.
Remains to be seen.
Yes.
Up towards the, yes, let's see, where do we have the microphone? Yes. And then Mika next.
Hi, I'm Elina Kiskikatea from Fakta Foundation. I also work with strategic foresight. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. My question for you would be, what do you think are the skills we should now cultivate in our societies so that we human beings would actually thrive together with the artificial intelligence? So where should our societies put emphasis now if we think about, for example, educational systems, or, I don't know, social policies, or how we view human beings in our society? So what's your take on that?
We have thought quite a bit about this because we're involved in a series of different discussions about labor market transformations, etc. And the answer is somewhat surprising, but also very entertaining. And so the answer to this question, I think, is that there are some skills that we are really, really good at and that are hard to replicate, or where we don't want them replicated in artificial intelligences. And the skills turn out to be three. One is questions. Asking questions is something that we're really good at, and the machines aren't that good at yet. So the formulation of really good questions, and then questions and answers, going back and forth, the sort of dialogue is something that we're really good at. Second thing we're really good at is figuring out what's right or wrong. We don't want machines doing that. We want to sort of have those concerns about morals be something that human beings do. Training ourselves to figure out how to work with morals is really interesting. And the third thing we're really good at is communicating things, to really communicate them in such a way that they can become engaging, that they can become moving, that they can become passionate. And it turns out when you look at these, there are three very, very familiar skills. It's dialectic, the ancient Greek skill of questions and answers that was taught by Socrates. It's ethics, the ancient Greek skill of understanding what's right or wrong and the structure of morals. And it's rhetoric, the ancient Greek skill of communicating well. And I don't mean rhetoric in the modern version where it's become something like convincing somebody about anything. I mean rhetoric in the sense that Aristotle uses the term. Because when Aristotle uses the term rhetoric, he says that if there are two people arguing, and they're equally good at rhetoric, then the best thing for humanity wins. So for him, rhetoric is the ability to communicate truth, to communicate things that are true and that are beneficial for humanity in different ways. So I would say let's return to the Greek curriculum with dialectics, with ethics, with rhetoric, because those are the skills that are uniquely human, should remain human, and that will allow us to thrive in a world of artificial intelligences.
Very clear. Thank you. Now we're almost out of time, but one short last question over here and a short answer.
A short answer. Oh,
yes.
good luck with that.
Mikko Salo from Faktabaari. Actually, Elina pretty much covered the angle that we are very interested on, but perhaps addressing that one, all fascinating. We are very convinced that the AI is needed and all that, but please do accept that there is a huge risk, as you know. We are in the world of information wars, disinformation, how it can be the deep fakes. We will talk about that in our session at in 1 hour's time there. But when you talk all these beautiful things about what we should do about the education, let's talk to one of the most powerful companies in the world. And so what are you going to do about it? Because all these technologies can be weaponized, and we have seen already traces of that. How can you make it an incentive that we use it right? And what is Google going to do about it?
Good question that I have 0 seconds to answer. No, so two things I'd like to say. One is that there are some technological innovations that we can do in order to try to combat misinformation. We are investing in a technology that we call SynthID, which is a way of creating provenance technology. So you can see if something was created by an AI or not. And then we're also driving a lot of educational initiatives where we're trying to help people understand how to use the technology in the right way and help them to learn in different styles. Because one of the promises, if we get AI right, is that you can actually have a personalized tutor that can teach you in the style that is actually yours, and you can ask questions. Experiments we have done are super interesting because when you have an agent, a language agent that you can ask in class, you see that, for example, young women, girls ask more questions because they don't necessarily feel that they can ask questions in an open classroom with girls and boys. They sort of ask fewer questions, but when they get this personalized tutor, they start asking many, many more questions. So figuring out things and ways in which we can use the technology to help people educate themselves, to help them learn new subjects, making sure that we can build technologies that authenticate good content and tell you what content is produced by artificial intelligence. And also, I think, generally trying to improve the overall ability to find new information are three things that we're doing. I don't think this is a simple problem, though. I don't think there's a technical fix. I think we need to think hard about what kinds of institutions we want for the future when it comes to ensuring that a citizen can inform themselves with facts about decisions that are important to them and make those decisions in a democratic fashion. That's never been easy. If you go back 100 years, there was a ton of misinformation. If you go back to the 1930s or 40s, the propaganda levels in society were enormous. And so we've always been in this situation where truth is really, really in a precarious point. And I think there's a really excellent essay from the 1960s about this by Hannah Arendt, where she writes about the very uneasy relationship between politics and truth. And that's always been the case, and we're going to have to think hard about how to make sure that that doesn't tip over. So thank you.
Position now to decide on this one, and EU is trying to kind of make some sort of rules on that one. Will it be applied? You're still a business, not an educational institution.
Of course, absolutely. No, and we are, and I think that being a business also allows us to see that in the long term, nobody is better served by the erosion of truth, neither businesses nor individuals. I think society needs certain baseline truths in order to work overall.
Excellent. I'm sorry, we are out of time, but I can give free advertising for Niklas's pod as well, where he spends a lot of time thinking about long and hard about these questions. So if you want to hear more from Niklas, Regulate Tech is the name of the podcast.
Richard Allen's pod. I'm just asking the questions.
You're just asking the questions.
Yes.
And if you're interested in the study I mentioned earlier, I have some leaflets here with a little QR code if you want to look deeper into that. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure, and have a great rest of the week and start of the autumn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Next up, the program will continue here at the Nook, 12 o'clock, with Fortum's discussion on the topic of electrification. The program is in Finnish, but you may listen to the interpretation in English via the Interprefy application. If you want to discuss Europe Forum on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags Eurooppa-foorumi, Europe Forum, Turku. And if you would like a little pick-me-up, the downstairs cafe is open. See you in a bit.
Welcome warmly to today's event by Fortum, a discussion on electrification, how to achieve competitiveness and climate goals with flexibility and secure energy supply. My name is Lauri Inkiläinen and I act as the moderator today.
How to achieve competitiveness and climate goals with flexibility and secure energy supply. I'm Lauri Inkiläinen, your host today. All Finnish programs, such as this one, are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application onto your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please mind your fellow audience members and use headphones. Olkaa hyvä. Fortum ja sähköistyminen, kuinka saavuttaa kilpailukyky ja ilmastotavoitteet joustavan ja varman energiatuotannon avulla.
Competitiveness and climate goals with flexibility and secure energy supply. The floor is yours. Warmly welcome also on behalf of the organizers to you, the audience here on site, as well as those following the discussion on stream. The topic today is electrification and how to achieve competitiveness and climate goals with flexibility and secure energy supply. And in the next 45 minutes, we will explore three main themes. First of all, we will discuss the electricity markets. What is the current situation? Prices for electricity have been fluctuating and changing in the last months greatly, and we'll discuss how we have ended up in this situation. Then we will discuss solutions, what type of steps and measures are necessary in order to stabilize and improve the energy markets, electricity markets, and how to enable investments. And thirdly, we will turn our gaze towards Brussels and what type of actions we expect from the Commission starting at the end of the year. My name is Merja Paavola. I'm responsible for public affairs at Fortum Group, and I have the pleasure to act as the moderator of today's panel discussion. We have a very expert group here today. Let's start with Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri, who has just returned as parliament member in Finland after being 10 years at the member of the parliament at the EU, at the Domestic Economic Committee, and as the chair of the Grand Committee. She has experience already from her previous years as the Finnish parliament member. In the European Parliament, she was a member during both terms in the ITRE, Industry and Energy Committee, and she has experience also from the energy sector, from the boards of several energy companies. Then we have Ismo Ulvila, who is an expert and practitioner in the UN Climate Convention and EU climate and energy policy. And in the Commission, Ulvila has been in the Climate Directorate General, DG Klima, implementing and planning the EU emissions trading system, and has been leading studies on the interactions between climate policy and competitiveness, and has also been serving as the Commission's chief climate finance negotiator in the UNFCCC process. Currently, Ismo is the head of communications at the European Commission's representation in Finland. Then we have Jukka Leskelä, probably does not require much introductions in the energy field, CEO of the Energy Industry Association, representing electricity, district heating and gas companies, representing the industry for more than 20 years, with the last 9 years as the CEO, and he knows the field sector through and through, whether this is in the EU or in Finland. Then as representatives from Fortum, Mikael Lemström, currently leading Fortum's hydropower business. He has over 30 years of international experience at Fortum in various international roles, and also from the business side, from heating business and power production, and now for the past 15 years of hydropower. Then we have Mika Lehtonen, who is currently responsible for Fortum's heating and cooling Finland operations, district heating that is, and has also extensive experience from Fortum and the whole energy sector. So let's then move on to the actual topic, and let's start with the energy markets. In the background, we have a picture of the volatile market, which presents how many and how much fluctuation there is in the energy prices. A bit surprisingly, Finland is the EU country with most volatile energy prices. We have had the highest number of negative hours as well as peak prices in the recent months. Starting with Jukka, what is driving this development and why is this an issue? Why is this volatility a problem? Well, first of all, what causes this, that the electricity prices, we're talking about the spot markets now. If you are making a spot priced agreement as a consumer, the spot price is then varying from hour to hour. The price is formulated from demand and supply, and why the price is different from one moment to the next, it's because there is variation in the demand and supply in a completely different way than before. Earlier, our energy prices were based on the fact that we had storaged fuels, and then we can add the consumption of that fuel when there is more demand for electricity. And that has, in a sense, set a sort of upper limit for the electricity price. And when the facilities are running, the price is not all that high, and that we have had free capacity to ensure that when there is a lack of electricity, we can compensate. And then we have been able to also decrease production when the situation has required that, and we've had nuclear power at our disposal. And what has now changed in practice, all heating production that is based on fuels is now terminated. It's over. Wind power and in small doses also solar power has supplemented that. And when we have wind power, when today 9,000 megawatts is the top, the supply can vary between 5,000 megawatts per day. And that means that the price also varies constantly. And for whom is that a problem and what kind of a problem? Well, for those loading, charging, for example, their electric vehicles, that's a great thing. You can always charge your car for free because there are very cheap hours. So for those users who are able to time and schedule their use of electricity, it's great. It's even cheap for them. And sometimes it's zero price. But for consumers, users of electricity whose usage is focused on the high-priced hours, yes, they pay more. And of course, this is linked to the energy price crisis. We've experienced that a few years ago, and it's still continuing to some extent in Central Europe, perhaps not so much here anymore. We have a general feeling of uncertainty. Where are we going? And there is no sensible reference from the spot markets that we could use. And that, of course, presents challenges to investors in the industry sector. It decreases their willingness or attractiveness for them to invest. In that sense, of course, it's an issue as well. But like I said, what is relevant is, of course, what the average price is. And the higher prices tell us that we have a lack of electricity, and that tells us that we need the type of production in the market that is able to offer electricity when it is needed. And when the electricity price is zero, it tells us that we don't need the kind of production that only produces when prices are high. That is the message to electricity producers. Okay, then if we talk about electricity legislation, electricity market legislation, Mia-Petra, we have finalized the newest update on the EU electricity market legislation. It wasn't supposed to be on the Commission's agenda at all, but the war changed that and the energy crisis changed that. Do you believe that the new framework will be able to tackle high energy prices and the goals that were set? Do we have the right tools to ensure that households and the industries have fairly priced electricity at their disposal, and that they're able to implement the investments needed in new clean energy production, increase and decarbonization. And if you could also share with us what is your main concern related to the energy markets in the future. Right. Well, it really wasn't on the Commission's agenda. We didn't know to expect it, but we didn't also expect Russia's attack in Ukraine or such a dry summer in Europe, which then, as many facilities dropped off the grid, and France had to purchase electricity instead of selling a lot of electricity to Southern Europe. So energy markets have for a long time already benefited from other countries' production. We have that common energy market. And because the prices started to fluctuate and the parliament also functions through the parliament members that the citizens have elected, the energy peaks arrived, and it was a difficult situation for the Commission, just standing in the sidelines and following what's happening. Politicians too, haven't have to do anything, but the citizens have to pay 10 euros for one sauna visit. And this really led to a situation where something had to be done. And in different countries, we have different models, different ideas, different operators, and the housing prices had already been discussed. And right now, that is the hot potato: housing prices, heating prices, and the electricity prices are now not the top news, but it is the housing costs. In different countries, we have poverty regarding housing. For example, in the Netherlands elections, they no longer have enough housing for people, and that was linked to immigration and students from other foreign countries in the Netherlands. And then the other side of the question, is this sufficient for investments? Well, this model didn't have that as a goal. We are in a transitional period, so we have that very clear on our mind, and how to put all these puzzle pieces together in communities and in operates, that's a $1,000 question. As an idea for the next Commission, and Commission's ideas and approaches, of course, represent the European approach, and of course their approach is to hold on to the climate goals, carbon neutrality by 2050 at the latest. And the Russian war of aggression showed us, of course, how the long flows from fossil fuels, what they're like, and are those safe. So this transition is something we want to hold on to. But on top of that, we now have the concept competitiveness. So how do we do this by securing competitiveness? As a Finnish politician, I of course want to represent the Finnish energy markets, and if we felt like, okay, our markets have been functioning very well, we haven't had big discussions on energy poverty. In some country we had 10,000s of people on the streets and saying that the energy prices are too high. We haven't had such experiences in Finland, and the housing models in place in Finland is that, okay, heating is included, and people have not lost their electricity in -20-degree weather. So we have many energy truths in different areas of Europe, and we are searching for the common model. But the main message is that we are keep maintaining our climate goals. And of course, in Finland, it's also important to move to clean energy. I'll finish by saying that my main concern, I think, is that there won't be any investments. We won't see them, and because we don't have enough trust And previously there was a discussion on AI here on the stage, and I don't know who enjoys their summer cottage weeks, holidays without any electricity. So it's going to be a very important topic, and through the use of various AI models and also everyday normal usage, we just have to have supply and demand meet so that we are able to produce electricity in a competitive price and also in a clean manner. Okay, then to the Commission. The energy electricity market legislation update is now completed, and now how do you feel? Are the electricity markets still on the agenda of the next Commission, and if, what will they focus on?
Before I answer that question, I would like to reflect to what Mia-Petra just said, and perhaps thinking about a few years in the past, what was the starting point for this? Because that will explain the choices we make and will be making in the future. As we heard yesterday from Prime Minister of Italy, Coletto said, we don't have a common energy policy within the EU. There are historic reasons for that. So the member states have the mandate on energy questions. We have common climate policy and certain elements related to energy, but it is very much the mandate of the member states. And what the European Commission has done already for years, if you look the communications given out by different commissions, I would go back to 2050 strategy that was published a few years after the Paris Agreement. So Pure Planet, Clean Planet for Everybody communication that presented and drafted the pathways for the EU to achieve the goals by 2050. And there were 7 parts, and they all rely on electrification. And this is the starting point. Everything that you can electrify will be electrified. And already by that time, 2018, when the communication was being drafted, DG Klima already made models saying that electricity production in the EU must be 2.5 times the larger scale, higher scale than now. And if you now further see it, it has been specified even further. In February 2040, communication was given out, and there's the objectives for 2040, reduction of emissions for 90%. Emission-free, and we'll see the political guidance, whether that is then validated. But there's a broad approach, seeing what has been done over the development time, and it has been quite surprisingly correct what they forecasted a few years ago. But at the same time, they state that in order to reach the objectives, so we just need to have less incineration, 80% of hair in the EU area. So it all supports the narrative. Anything that can be electrified will be done, and it has to be emission-free. And there has been a lot of development taking place throughout the last years. Well, there was action war by Russia, but now that accelerated emission-free production, over 50%, EU 27, 50% of electricity was produced with renewables, and also emissions have been decreasing a lot. So that all creates a momentum. This is now clearly progressing, and that is good news. Because if you think of electrification, it's 3 times better than burning a fuel, and they have environmental advantages, it is strategic autonomy. So we're investing for ourselves. We're not buying fossils, fuels from third countries. And then about the markets, electricity markets and the electricity market future. The European Commission indeed made a proposal, and there was a very extensive consultation, as usually is the case in these drafts. And it was very important to note that the message during the consultations that was taken into the legislation was clear. The architecture that has existed on the European electricity market will be kept. So I told that Jukka referred to demand, supply, from surprise. That is the starting point for everything. So we will keep the regulation, the logic as it was. But then there were other things added to it. There were proposals made on, as Mia Petra just said, the position of the consumers. How is that protected? To have less peaks in pricing, and how can we create more renewables? And I would start from the last point, renewables, how they are integrated into this. And I know that towards the end of the panel we talk about the future, all this new commission's future plans, but they are all interlinked. If you think of the future term, political priorities and the investments, so the renewal of the electricity market design very much supports the future priorities that are political ones. I think that is already there. But I can't give you any comments because I don't have the crystal ball what type of commissioners' priorities will be announced next or the week after that. But we could expect that the consultations of the written questions will be end of September. So during that period of time, we will get more substance related to this. What type of top-level projects the European Commission will be launching. And once the Commission really starts its work, they will have a new work program, perhaps turn of the year, I imagine at least. So early next year, they will have the program in place, and then we will see latest the concrete steps they're going to make. So just to summarize, I think the number one message that I want to convey here is that the direction of our journey is the same as before. This is my evaluation. There's perhaps certain steps here and there, but the big picture, and many of you have referred to this in the different panels, so the big picture will be kept as it is. Thank you for that. And now, colleagues, I would like to hear from you. What are your views on the electricity market from your own perspective? And at the same time, we had the slide here, this picture depicting the volatility on the market. And we have stated that there are different challenges related to this situation. So what are the ways and means to tackle this? Could you perhaps make a start? Thank you. I would say Jukka already said so many things. And this indeed is quite drastic picture. And Jukka said that, was it you who said that currently we have the most volatile system in place? And that is due to the fact that, well, there's wind and there's solar power for the system and no condensation, but then imports from Russia stopped entirely. You could mention that, but that's one cause. But the big picture is alarming. But at the same time, 90% of all production of electricity is emission-free today. And that is welcomed, as said also now with wind and solar power. But we have to now pay attention to what Jukka said, industry, consumers, and from their perspective, volatility and price fluctuations must be stopped. And that is through flexibility. So there are different ways to do that. Perhaps we'll go to that later. So this was a brief answer. Well, I think many times it was already said that the production of renewables, increasing that, will cause fluctuation of prices. And we do want to have new renewable production into our energy system. And I would say that from the perspective of the entire system, it is important to use renewable production when it is available. And that is the perspective from the whole system. It has to be effective as much as possible. And then we have the different sectors, how they are interconnected and how they are integrated. I'll give you an example. Production of heating, district heating, electrification, that will be playing a major role, and also the battery boilers and storage, heat storages, they've been all connected, and that will give more flexibility elements to the market, and thus support production of renewables and the increase of that, and will also enable investments. So these are things we need to have in place. Thank you. Would you like to give a comment on that? Yes, related to the flexibility question and the need for flexibility, no matter which scenario you pick, it is self-evident that the energy system must, well, decrease and actually drop entirely fossil fuels. And the perspective is that we have volatility in place, we need flexibility. And in the public, many times, this is the solution for that. But we've analyzed the situation. There's no one single solution that will solve this big picture. If there's hydrogen, that hydrogen economy cannot be implemented unless it is flexible. That is conclusion automatically drawn. So we need also certain type of consumption, a lot of investments to the grid, and to the big markets. But at the end of the day, we can imagine other things. We need flexible production and own production. And even though if you just vary the production, you can't make the system work in a viable way that the society will accept it. So, but luckily, we have now nuclear power plants, so new nuclear energy. There are projects underway, or plans at least, so we can move forward. But this is a fact. Ismo, did you have a short comment on this? Yes, thank you. Indeed, what Jukka just said, there's no one silver bullet to solve everything here. Early this week, I was seeing an article that was peer-reviewed, an academic paper, 60 countries, 500 political actions and measures, including Europe involved. And that article came to the conclusion that policy mixes is actually the solution. As my colleagues referred to, that there are different solutions. Emissions trading has been working fine, but it is not sufficient alone. Fossil fuel subsidies were not alone, not sufficient. So therefore, in our discussion, we have to look at the big picture. How can we, at the national level, do things at the EU level and connect all the policy mixes together to get the best results? You, Mika, mentioned the integration between the sectors. Could you please open up a bit that concept? Yes. In particular, of course, in my own sector, it's the heating sector that I'm talking about. And there, if you think of technology, we already have some solutions in place. We have circular boilers and heat storages, heat pumps, and one can use that. And the boilers can be also linked to district heating to have the temperature up of the entire district heating network. And we have heat storages and batteries that we can use to store energy, and that gives us more flexibility. Heat pumps are there to increase the waste heat from industry and use that to the temperature needed by the district heating system. So these technological solutions exist already, and we need to have more of them, of course. And furthermore, we have been using them already. For instance, we have Espoo Clean Fleet program, where we have been building on this electrified system. We have the battery pumps and also experience of these systems for a longer term. And the experiences we have are excellent because we see the element of flexibility present. Mika, what about the electricity system and the flexibility question? Well, I do fully agree with the others who commented on this. There's not just one action to solve the problem. We have actually one picture here. I hope you all can see this picture. This is called the plate model. This represents all the capabilities we have in production. And one could mention flexibility here. In addition to flexibility, we have that in demand in different ways. I can make a long list of that, but we also need production flexibility. And this model presents that. We have firm capacity on the bottom side, And then we have wind and solar power that you have to have there as long as we have flexibility. And one flexibility is in production. And this is represented at the moment, perhaps now only hydropower, because no condensation is anymore left, but that is one way. And in particular, there's the water pumps that can really be huge capacities and long term. That is not always on the consumption side or demand side. But I do agree with the comments made here that there's not just one unique solution. So we need flexibility. What about you, Mia-Petra? Any views from your side? How to get flexibility? And what about the investments? How do we create them?
I remember that in the political side we managed something. There's no more double taxation when we are loading the excess electricity. I remember the practice when it was taxed twice and happened also elsewhere in Europe. So now we have an incentive not to tax twice. The discussion that we had, it's exactly the way you mentioned, how to have growth in Finland, also everything else than almost emission-free electricity to be clean. Electricity is a tool for that. And Jukka mentioned, is this going to be including hydrogen? Is this going to be hydrogen business and industry in Finland? That's not going to be the case unless we have clean energy, clean electricity. So Jukka and myself, we've had our discussions previously also about the future, because hydrogen again is versatile. You can make ammonia from it and you can use it like in Vaasa. Wärtsilä is building engines with hydrogen, and ammonia provides fertilizers. Currently, we're importing fertilizers from Russia. So there are many different choices that we don't want to fund Russia's war, but there are still some basics like this. So I would prefer to see that Finland would get involved in hydrogen industry and would make those investments, and we could see the bigger picture instead of just electricity and its price. So when we still have willingness and perhaps the potential to make investments in a different way compared to the very busy areas like the Ruhr area in Germany. So flexibility is absolutely, to get back to that question. By the way, I'm quite concerned about the Finnish economy, and I really want to see some boosting factors, and I see that this as one possibility. Digitalization provides its own opportunities, better to be, it's easy, getting easier to foresee when it's going to be cloudy, when it's going to be sunny, how the wind is going to behave. So the companies that I've been following all are focusing on that. So it's not, for us to say what to do, but the markets should function in such a way that the companies notice themselves that, hey, why don't we store this when it's cheap and then we use it in a different moment? We have all kinds of storages. We have the old, we have all types of different storages, and that can be used then to balance a city's heating system. And a lot of sector integration going on, whether, a few degrees lower heating in the houses, in the apartments. So I also think about this through a digital system, that we know what is happening in different places simultaneously, and then we'll be able to act accordingly. One thing we haven't discussed yet at all are the electricity grids, and how to include those. Jukka, do you have some silver bullet for that, or some good ideas? I have only good ideas, of course. We don't even quite understand the situation in Europe when it comes to electricity grids. I've seen maps where it has been marked in different colors whether you can actually link anything new to the network, to the grid. The Netherlands, for example, is completely in red. You cannot add anything to the grid. In Finland, the situation is good, but it is worsening. Our incentive system for incentives to the grid system changed. Our strength is becoming a weakness because we have benefited from the fact that we've had strong grids and they have been updated for other reasons due to weather conditions and so on. So we have been ahead of investment schedule, but there are huge challenges coming. So this is something we should be able to communicate better to the citizens and to the politicians. We are not seeing in the future a case where the grid would be cheap. No, it's fixed expenses, building the infrastructure, that is going to cost. But we can save on the energy side. If you think about the citizens' energy wallet, whether it's the heating grid network or electricity grid, it requires investments, but on the other hand, you don't have to order the oil tank to come to your house or do other things. So it may end up in a neutral situation in terms of a citizen's energy wallet. But if we create an illusion that we have really high electricity transfer prices, that is not the case. I'd like to just add here, I completely agree. At Fortum, we have been saying for about a year, mind the gap. That is what we have been saying. And by that, we mean that we have an old, fairly affordable, cost-efficient system currently, but we will have to invest greatly in that, and the prices will go up. Okay, time is running. Very short comment. I'll try to be short, brief. Regarding the investments, it is completely true. We have some statistics on this data, numbers. So when we are investing in the renewable energy sources, we haven't been paying attention to the fact that grids also need investments. Permits come into picture as well. As you said, we have to keep up with these as well. So for Finland, it's also really important that, okay, Lapland is receiving some new cables and so on, but it's really important to create flexibility also through that route. And further about the investments, the Commission has for the last couple of years, as they have been creating their models, how much one has to invest. They are talking about huge amounts, hundreds of billions on an annual basis, but then in relation to the EU gross national product, it is not unimaginable. So it is completely possible to do this. And then in the next Commission's political priorities, I'm sure we're going to be seeing how these investments really get started and implemented, because this is not about buying fossil fuels from elsewhere. Right, we have about 6 minutes left. I would like to go around briefly, because we are at the Europe Forum and we have Commission's representatives here. Also, what are your greetings to Brussels? The 2-3 things that you really look forward to with the next Commission. Mia-Petra, if you'd like to start. To keep in mind that Europe is going to be through climate policy and renewable energy a place that others will follow. When ERA started in the US, they started, moving fast. So their monetary markets are more liquid and they're able to perhaps steal some investments from us, but to say that we don't believe in climate change anymore, and start competing. Sometimes I hear from colleagues or ex-colleagues that we should compete with fossil fuels, but that's not a way to win. They're saying that, okay, my citizens are not able to pay this expensive gas bill anymore. And my reply is, perhaps you should invest in renewables. So Romania, we may think that they're black, or Poland, Bulgaria. No, Bulgaria and Romania win over Netherlands any day in their investments to renewables. So others talk and others do. So that is why I really have a lot of trust and believe that the direction we've chosen is the one that brings us competitiveness, and we should stick to that. Okay, thank you. Mika, regarding sector integration and especially the heating decarbonization in particular, we have a great potential there by collecting waste heat, excess heat from the industry, data centers, or hydrogen industry has great potential. And we should try to find various solutions in that area. And then perhaps not so much a message for Europe, but global questions are often solved locally. So at the same time, I would also like to thank the local communities who have gone after the solutions, and I would like to encourage them further to seek new solutions and really coming together with the industry. Mika? Like it was already mentioned, all clean energy technology is needed for the green transition in the energy sector. EU on the whole has done a lot of work for that, a lot of directives. The national implementation is lagging behind to some extent. I would say less directives and more implementation. That would be one thing. And then hydropower, 80%, or covering that much of Europe's electricity production, and it has no strategy. We are trying to speak for that. Nuclear power, of course, important for our safety, our security, and our energy security as an energy sector. And everything that has to do with wind, solar, and grid questions have to be solved. I don't have the answers right now, but I'm sure someone wiser than myself has. Were you referring to me? Sounds ominous. Okay, a few things. First of all, I agree with Mia-Petra that the big picture has to continue, the big plan has to continue. 2040 climate targets should be towards net zero by 2050, not below, not above. We have to be stable. And then the architecture below. There are some conflicting targets and goals, especially the energy efficiency question. We'd have to modify that so that it would be smarter. Then more Europe and less national. Absolutely. This common market development is needed, common rules, and Commission should step up in interpreting state subsidies more tightly, especially the kind where, in a way, create stiffness, because we need flexibility. So any such subsidies should be removed that create the opposite of flexibility. And a lot is still left over for national decision-making. We shouldn't think that Brussels is going to decide everything on our behalf. We have to do our part. Then Ismo. I'm not going to empty the bank, but I would like to finish with something positive, a historical timeline. 24 years ago, when I met Jukka for the first time, EU emissions target was 0. So decreasing emissions, zero. There was no other target. Then 12 years later, DG Klima sent me to sell Mia Petra the 2030 target. Our target was minus 40%. Today, for a couple of days in the European Union, we've had a climate decree, an act, and that defines our net zero. Imagine that during 2 investment cycles, we have decided to come from zero, from a target of 0 to net zero. This has been a huge societal and political decision to do this, and that is why everyone has to be involved. Another change that has taken place, as we have heard from the companies in this panel as well, is that the EU can only compete by having the best innovations, the best refining value, the best technology, and the best implementators that invest in it. And this is now accelerating. Clearly, our business life recognize that this is the competitive advantage that we have, because we have started earlier than others, and that is the reason why we can't deviate from this, because as we have heard, the US and China, they are also developing clean technology and they are coming after us. So at a exceeding speed. So we can't give up and we can't take a breather. So as a citizen, not just as a Commission official, but as a citizen, I truly hope that we get these investments going, because we have quite a clear guidance framework, what the next Commission is going to be furthering. And we will be able to create a positive cycle through investments that are sustainable and also being involved in the loss of biodiversity work, etc. Okay, thank you. We are now run out of time. This was a very versatile, diverse discussion. And if I would summarize this by one sentence from the last round around the table, what I remember is that we need investments, we should hold on to the climate targets, and we need diverse investments. We need investments to the electricity system. We need variety, flexibility, and stable electricity production. And grids are an important factor, and people are optimistic. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to Fortum and everyone who participated in the discussion. The program on this stage continues in 2 hours at 14:45. And the next one up, we have Who Decides What? Is the public image of the EU distorted? Now you have some time to get some lunch or snacks from the Viihde Näyttämö restaurant. See you soon.
Tervetuloa Sopukkaan seuraamaan Eurooppa-foorumi Turussa
Welcome
ry:n
to
tarjoamaa
Nook. And
keskustelutilaisuutta.
this
Kuka
is
täällä
a
oikein
session organized by
päättää
Europe
ja
from
mistä?
Turku. Who
Onko kuva
decides and
EU:sta
what?
julkisuudessa
Is the
väärin?
public image of the
Tämä
EU
on
distorted?
perjantai-päivänä samalla tämän vuoden
And this is the
Eurooppa-foorumin
Friday afternoons and
Minä
this
olen Lauri
year's Europe
Inkilä,
Forum
juontaja tänään.
conclusion session.
Welcome
I'm Lauri
everyone to
Hietanen,
the
I'll be your
Europe
moderator
Forum's
today.
closing program, which is the Who Decides What? Is the public image of the EU distorted? Panel by the Eurooppa-foorumi Turussa Association. My name is Lauri Inkiläinen and I'm your stage host today. Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application onto your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please keep your fellow audience members in mind and use headphones. Olkaa hyvä, Eurooppa-foorumi Turussa ry ja kuka täällä oikein päättää ja mistä.
Please go ahead. Who decides what? Thank you. I'm Reijo Kemppinen. I would like to present to you the speakers at panel left. Marisa, Ambassador, Editor-in-Chief Jouni Kemppainen, Communication Specialist Rami Kurt, and Head of Information concerning EU Questions, Prime Minister's Office, Anne Schapon. This is slightly a different panels compared to what you've seen so far, because I'm very grateful first that we have this audience present, and I think you are going to be very active, right? And I will be challenging you to make you active, so let's have room for that type of discussion. My role is to challenge the panelists here, and whether I agree with them, not necessarily, is not the point actually, but the point is that they will speak and justify their views and also debate with you in an interesting way. In October, we'll celebrate 30 years of the referendum, where 56.9% of Finns said yes to EU membership. And yesterday, Esko Antola lecture was held by the Professor Johan Hansoma from University of Helsinki. And he's charged of extensive research, and I think he shed some light on the results of that research already at the beginning of his lecture. And he said that it was almost like smiling, but then not after that, because he said that EU membership, there are 75% of people who are for that membership. We have political parties, you might guess, where the level is 90%. And there is one party where it's 95%. And even the most critical political party, you can also guess which one that is, those are in favor for the EU of at level 48%. So I was smiling when I heard that, like sunshine. And then all of a sudden I started thinking, well, could that be true in a democracy? What is that telling us when you have high rates like that support this? Is that sustainable foundation or not? The EU is not at all that good. It is not doing things that are great for everyone throughout all times equally. It is the idea of the EU, it's a change process. It is changing and challenging us. And currently, the EU has big challenges ahead of it, even bigger than ever before. If you think of green transition, digitalization, if you think of all the pressure linked to enlargement, war in Ukraine, Russian policy of aggression, there's decentralization, these are also challenges to the unity of the Union, but also next 5-7 years there will be immense price to pay. And when we receive the bill, that means that me as a citizen and you as citizens will be asked to understand right now why we are doing sacrifices right now for the common good. And I just wonder, can 90% of supporters really think that everything is so great right now? Because it seems to me that it's not reflected by the government. The government is not ready to do these things. At the same time, I actually retired 2 years ago as official of the EU. Now, throughout the 2 years, have been quite concerning and following the level of knowledge of Finns as for EU questions across the sectors, media, administration, officials, different lobbying stakeholders and so forth. And it is not the question about the experts of the farmers and agricultural union. They know a lot, they do, but there is no horizontal debate in public sphere about this. But the crying starts when they already lay the presentations on the table. And you can't do anything about that at that point. Knowing processes, knowing how to use the processes, and this, I would say, is the challenge. Anne, I will start with you. Are all individuals doing their share as they should be doing their jobs? I know that the Prime Minister's office, no EU communication policy, not at all. And the ministries do whatever they like and whenever they like. Well, you're provoking me, that's fun. But I've been working as a journalist 20 years myself concerning EU questions before I started here the communications, and I've been doing this for 10 years. I would dare to say, yes, we have good communication. Of course, there's room for improvement, and therefore I'm happy that we have this current discussion. But what you said about the line of the current government has reformed the entire communication recommendations for all ministries, and the government has also had a principal rule of Prime Minister's office's communication line. And this is also covering EU questions. And there are both of these papers that start from open, transparent communication that supports democracy. Exactly what you said there. It is important to share what is happening, why and how, so that people understand the big picture, what is happening, and they're able to adopt it more easily. And I think it's quite easy to follow the most important EU questions that go through the Finnish Ministry's administration. The ministers have once a week a ministerial committee of EU questions, and we draft a press release of that, explaining the guidelines, what was decided, and also the council meetings that week, and also the topics to be dealt by that meeting. And the parliament, they have for the Grand Committee similar communication tasks. So already with this, I think we can make progress if you really want to follow EU questions. We also have sort of backup events for journalists where we have a look at the big picture. We have press conferences. Our ministers are, I would say, if you think of international comparison, they are available for the media. You can also go to the parliament yourself and ask an MP, and also during the council or after the summits. So therefore, I would say, throughout the days between the summits and the early hours of the morning, our Prime Minister is the only, or one of the only ones, who is giving a press conference for the media. So at least we do efforts, we try. Well, the ministers don't go to the council meetings, and not the journalists to Luxembourg for the Agricultural Council. What do you mean? What do you mean, ordinary ministers? Well, they go very actively to their own sector council meeting, and they meet Finnish correspondents at the same time, before and after the meeting. Okay, Maria, what about your perspective? Thank you, Reijo. I personally agree quite a lot with you concerning this general knowledge, awareness of EU in this country, and Finland is at an amazingly low level. In particular, thinking of being a member for 30 years. And I have talked personally with many friends, acquaintances who are educated people who follow things very closely. And as you discuss with them, I am amazed that they do not have really an understanding of what the European Commission is doing, what the Council and the Parliament, what do they do. So in Finland, I'd say we need more fundamental knowledge of the structures of the EU. And I would say that quite often we have individual MEPs, well, they are politicians, but they have a dominance in the media, and that might distort the picture. I mean, the picture of who decides in the EU and on what. I can give you a few examples that I find disturbing personally throughout the last few years or so. As we had the elections for the European Parliament last spring, and we followed on television a lot of the different broadcasts considering debates, and they always talked about foreign policy and security policy. As such, I would say it's surprising because the European Parliament has no mandate on these questions. Other sectors, yes, but not on foreign policy and security policy, because that is the member states' competence questions. And quite often what else disturbs me, and I have heard this from politicians, that Finland should be banging on the table because we're too nice and we always adopt everything and approve everything. If somebody says that aloud, I see that there should be some improvement in their knowledge of the decision-making process. There's Council and the European Parliament that jointly decide, and then there's a vote with qualified majority in the Council. If small country Finland, we have 7 votes, and we are banging on the table, well, it's useless. And we in Brussels, of course, have correspondents. The correspondents are very much into the decision-making process, but the number is scarce. Too few of them. The early part, when we joined the EU, now I think I have over 10, and today I think we have 7 correspondents left. And if you think of the vast variety of topics that are dealt in Brussels, and in particular, if you think of so important things, because majority of Finnish legislation stems from Brussels, so you could have a high number of correspondents there. And then my third point I would like to raise is what amazes me and disturbs me, that there is an opposition of things, contradictions, and I would like to get rid of that. I can give you a couple of examples of this. One is a bit older, from 2019, in Iltalehti tabloid. Little Finland was appointed because large or big countries of the EU took over their power. And then other one, Finnish view one, but the pet owners' bill for the chips for pets, cats and dogs will only be something that is intended by the gentleman in Brussels. So there are the gentlemen in Brussels, and then there's small Finland who is not able to do anything or is fighting against. But the truth is that we are there involved in the negotiations as a country. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the EU, that is us, because we sit around the negotiations table. These were my comments. Okay, just to specify the number of journalists, I was there in 1990 in Brussels, so 5 years before the membership, and then the number was 10, and at the beginning of membership over 20, and latest number I've heard active correspondents 4 or 5. Well, there you go. And then Joni, please. Where to start? Well, first, a secret, Reijo. As we were following things, going to the place was the thing. And it hasn't been the thing for 10 years. If somebody says, I want to go over there, I ask, why on earth would you like to go there? Well, the information you get, you can just get the information not going to Brussels yourself. So I would say we do follow very closely decision-making in the EU, but being present over there is not the thing. It's all about the relations and getting information. We want to have restoration, taxonomy, all to do with forestry and others. We are into that, and not about somebody being in one location. So that's just one point. And then good provocation there. And I've been lucky for the last 13 years to be able to look things from the Italian perspective a few months every now and then. And if you think about EU expertise in Finland and in Italy, I would say Finland wins 17-1, because usually there are two things: EU stability, and the money is coming to all villages. You get great paddle fields and tennis courts. People know that, but then the growth in the economy is not. It's usually a mocking thing in entertainment programs. And then spread. Home and what is the actual rate, interest rate lagging behind Italy? And they say 0. So I'm not losing my hope. And in the UK, so they they have the information there, communication. But of course, you can always improve, but just to put things into perspective. And you asked, are we always up to date? Well, with the previous government, I have to say the majority of the ministers and lobbyists are up to date, and then there's somebody falling asleep, and you should pay attention to that. If it's forestry, so then the Forestry Federation or the Finnish forest owners or the government, I think, yes, in restoration questions and others, yes, they were a bit late. They should have reacted. As you said, Reijo, that is a good example. In many questions, indeed, we are involved. So these were just a few of my observations related to the discussion. And Rami, I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of the Parliament of Finland, but one of the cornerstones of communication is and has been, of course, the rule of principle and decision that was made early on. That is the Grand Committee's role and the government's role, so consultation there. And then the documents that they are available online, the main documents. And I think I understand something about the EU and communication as well, but I'm not able to follow the files myself. Well, the role of the Parliament in Finland in EU decision-making is quite clearly defined. It comes from the Finnish constitution. So the view of Finland to any question at the EU is being defined and created together with the government and the Grand Committee. So the Grand Committee just gave the view of the Parliament to the government. Then following questions, Andrea referred to communication, and Reijo, you referred to documents. I would say the role of the Finnish Parliament is very transparently and easily approachable. You can follow it. Even if you speak about the documents, you can go online to the Parliament's website. So U and E are the letters given by the government to the Finnish Parliament related to the EU topics. And once we get that from the government to the Finnish Parliament, we open a processing file on the web service of Parliament. All documents are immediately open and transparent when the process allows for it. If there is a specialist committee ending their work, then all expert reports, or expert heard by the commissions or committees, that is also open, and also the times and the dates and who were heard, almost real time. And I referred to the Grand Committee communication. I would add to that, if you think of current questions, so specialist commissions or committees rather, I think there are about 60% of all of the specialized committee reports handling the EU questions. And by specialist committees, I mean the committees who focus on certain political sector. And some of the committees, such as Committee of Financial Questions and Environmental Questions, also deal with the migration questions, and it's about 60–80% the level of the questions these specialized committees handle and are related to EU. But if you think of communication towards the citizens, in the Parliament communication sector or department, we have acknowledged the situation. We have indeed acknowledged the situation for actually a few years ago, and times are challenging, even dangerous today. So therefore, I do agree with you. It is very important that better we are able to communicate through media and directly to the citizens what the institutions are doing and how does the Parliament of Finland work and how we are involved in the decision making, the better it is.
Okay, thank you. Let's do a second round on the same. We'll start with Anne. Joni mentioned the Nature Restoration Directive or Act, and we all know that this is only one instrument that have already been defined in this big Green Deal. Didn't receive any attention in Finland, but we were all aware of all of these things already back then, years ago, but there was no communication regarding these issues. And the second note I would like to make is I have read that government's principal paper. It's a good one, but it says, for example, that important political content questions, those questions can be focused to the Prime Minister's office, to the government. Why hasn't that been done also in the questions related to immigration? So, do you mean focusing the communication on EU matters? Well, if immigration is one of the focus points of the government, shouldn't you focus the communication of it also? Well, communication is part of leadership. The decisions are started at the Ministry for Internal Affairs, and then it's quite logical that also communication happens there. And then when some guideline papers come to the EU minister meeting, then we will communicate on those. Okay, and regarding the documents, if you're interested in the documents and you Google Finland's EU policy, on our website you can find all the public documents that have been handled in the EU minister meetings. If the minister is going to the Council of EU Agricultural Ministers, you can find all the topics there and what are Finland's opinions on those. Sometimes it is also good to not reveal everything immediately. I would like to ask Maria to comment that further in a moment, but as an ex-insider, I'd like to ask, are we presenting a some false picture of where things are actually decided on? A negotiation in the Council. We have 27 member countries, maybe not that much goes on in the Council actually. Finnish ministries do not publish everything that goes on there. I think this is a question we should ask from the communication people of Finland's representation in the EU. Coreper doesn't always, for example, reveal and publish everything that is done, decided. If someone does, and we have knowledgeable and expert Brussels media people, it's maybe not necessary to publish everything in Finnish, right? Everybody can read English, of course. Media, political journalists on site, often when we have a meeting, for some reason Politico is publishing from word to word some of the speeches that colleagues are delivering. So Jouni, if you are there on site, you do have a better touch on what's going on. Of course, but you can't be present everywhere. And as I'm listening to this, dear friends, Reijo, Dublin process, Coreper, Council of Ministers, the European Parliament, all the different committees, environmental committees, nobody's interested. It's clearest what you say. You know, we have to remember what are people interested in hearing, what is happening, what is going to happen. And EU doesn't get a lot of space because the administrative structure is so complex. And we are even here getting stuck on a administrative jargon. It's not of any interest to me. I'm sure no one's interested in that. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from the structure. But I keep repeating, I'm not interested in the administrative structure. I'm interested in what is going to happen, something that applies to our Finnish universities and upper secondary schools. Jouni Kemppainen represents the news paper Maaseudun Tulevaisuus. I don't believe in Maaseudun Tulevaisuus. There's a single person here in the room who would criticize the way Maaseudun Tulevaisuus as a newspaper is following and monitoring agricultural policy. It's a historical fact. When this is your livelihood, it is of course your task. Yes, but our readers are not interested in the jargon. They're interested in what the jargon produces. But I think you are monitoring things in their preparation phase much sooner than the media in general, on average in Finland. Right, but I'm trying to also talk about how journalists should take care of their job. The digital revolution, then, even in high quality papers, newspapers, have sort of started to publish what the readers are interested in, so-called clickbaits. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Are these some other Finnish newspapers are mostly high quality, and what the public is interested in also interests the media. But the one who wins the game is the one who manages to make something significant interesting. And is interesting significant? That is another question. Sometimes it is. It even is sometimes. But at least in Finland, I would say all in all, Finnish media is high quality. Rami, I'm not criticizing you for the structure. Media doesn't have much time to go through all the data, all the information that is available. But one key way that journalists and the public receive information is the background information. There may be discussions that are not necessarily identifiable to any single person, but we're talking about the dispersing of general knowledge. And then when people become parliament members in the EU, they become suddenly experts. The second thing is, and I know I have been told, that, for example, the EU Secretariat organizes background events for the journalists, but journalists are not attending anymore. They're attending less and less. Is that true? So, questions to Rami and Anne. You referred to parliament members, and because I represent officials' communication, I don't dare to comment on that. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't hold back. Well, on that level, I would say that EU is probably a challenge for parliament members, how much to speak and in what way. Exactly. I'm sure that has an impact. Well, when we talk about what comes out of the parliament, parliament members have a key role in there. We don't have to talk about the EU. We can talk about nature restoration. Yes, we can, and we did. But as you referred to events running in the background for journalists, when the parliament is a very open facility for journalists, and we do have a lot of journalists there, whether it be the Grand Committee or various other committees, there is not a lot of interest in those, except when we're talking about the Baltic hearings or there's some other reason. In general, I agree. What about Maria? When the chairmanship changes, we go through the themes that will be on the agenda, what are Finland's opinions on those, what are significant for Finland. And the last time I remember there were more than 40 journalists there. You mean Finns in Brussels listening? No, I mean when a minister whose responsibility it is, by the way, to go to Brussels. It's not voluntary, I suppose, not even today. When there is preparing for the Council of Ministers, you used to organize events for the journalists and you deepened the topics that were going to come up. Well, I have never myself been involved in that communication process. My colleagues do that. But if the number of journalists have decreased, probably the participants in those events has decreased as well. When I was a journalist and I went to on-site before the Council of Ministers, and there was an event organized the night before. Nowadays, that is a couple of days in advance online. And I would say there are maybe 10 to 20 journalists attending. This was Anne Sjöholm. And Maria now speaking. As Anne said before, each council meeting there is a event organized for journalists, and in addition there is once every 6 months a discussion. Permanent representatives invite journalists for free-form discussion, and one way to communicate, which is very good, is a secretariat of the council that is explaining beforehand what is going to be presented and discussed. And there's a whole room full of journalists, a few from Finland in most cases as well. Okay, I'm just glancing at our audience. Have we given you enough food for thought to participate? Okay, the nature restoration topic. At that point, when Finland managed to get all its demands through, media was reporting a lot. This was... You didn't write. You didn't write about it, actually. Well, in whose opinion did we get everything accepted? No, we look at the forest owner's perspective. May I move forward? Sure. So if we talk about restoration, a huge, big topic, difficult to handle and grasp. Has media managed to deal with it in a way that every Finnish citizen understands what it's about? I'm sure Maaseudun Tulevaisuus hasn't managed it either. Okay, then we have Red 2, Red 3, Red 4, I don't know how many there are. Sounds like a Netflix action entertainment or something like that. Taxonomy, topics, how do we name these things, and then they are brought forward in the administrative structure, also doesn't serve the Finns and the Italians getting interested in the topic. What happens to me? Will I still be able to do this or that? So for all of you, mostly, well, let's say that if we can have an impact on the administrative structure of the European Union, they might also consider naming things in a sensible way that somehow speaks for the topic, actually, reveals something about it. This is the somehow, when all of these are presented, it feels the European Union keeps multiplying them.
Maria, please. Well, Nature Restoration Act, I wonder if the same as the sulfur directive, because I negotiated that one in Brussels myself, and there was a huge debate in the media that will destroy the commercial vessels of Finland and the whole fleet. It was a huge question, but at the end of the day, this was affordable, good thing for Finland. Wärtsilä has been able to sell sulfur scrubbers. There's a great market for this product, so it did not become a very difficult thing for us. And now nature restoration regulation, of course, every time you negotiate something, you can't get it all, but the government will name the core priorities, the objectives that at least must be there. And as Reijo said, and I do know I've been talking about this to actually a replacement or person who was substitute to the permanent representative, and that person said they received everything, all the wishes on the list were there. But of course, stakeholders are not always entirely happy, but I presume that this was something that quite well did get the point of showing national interests of Finland. I'm looking at the audience. Any interest from your part to challenge us? Matti Malmyrvirta, I see, who is there from Korkia Oy, chairman of the board of directors, I think, and has been a sort of a lobbyist also in renewable energies. Thank you. Can you hear me? No, I think so. I think you can hear me, yes. About 2 months ago, I decided that I will be 3 days in Turku. This is fascinating surroundings, interesting topics. But I wanted to get some background, and in my close circle and other circles, I made a survey. What do you know about the EU? And there were, well, because of my background, sort of a sample that was sort of focused. It was not the market square of Kuopio, might be different, but this tells you something. There were corporate directors of Finland, from cultural sector, science sector, young students, known people, and also future deciders. And 3 conclusions. Despite of their own niche or their narrow scope, like if you think of LULUCF and Reddit, they know because they are in charge of the taxonomy. It wasn't really something they knew. What about the funding for sustainable development? So they are not aware of the topics that are handled by the EU. And what is the limit? What is the question related to the EU and what is decided by Finland? They had no, well, outside their own area, understanding of decision-making, the institutions. As Maria said, they don't have this Europe for dummies. They don't have the basics, even though you have very educated people here. And the third point, which is the saddest thing, because the smart young students, they were not even interested in this. And Johan Keppan, I need to give you really praise because the digital version of your newspaper, I subscribed that because the best key to understand EU questions, I'm not a farmer myself, but I fully agree. Well, could you repeat that? Please be slow when you repeat that, but I want to thank you for that praise. But you speak in your newspaper about the chip more than the mechanism in question. Well, yes, but in the future we'll talk more about the chip because if you think about the mechanism, if they try to explain, it's not to us to do that. And we have the educational system of Finland that is up to teachers also, but I do understand your point. Well, question to you. I have this understanding that there must be an EU elite in Finland who understands, but it is not the traditional economic, cultural and science elite of Finland. And I'm not quite sure if the EU distance, and then you think of ordinary citizens. So is that the thing that we can't solve? How would Finns be interested in understand and even perhaps raise the turnout at the elections? Well, I would have asked that question myself.
Joo, mä oon miettinyt tätä oikeastaan, pohtinut aika paljon. Ja mun mielestä siis EU on, kun me olemme EU, EU on me. Eli meillä pitäisi Suomessa lähteä ihan tuosta kouluista. Mä tiedän, että yhteiskuntaopintunneilla saattaa olla 1 kurssi EUsta, mutta se ei ole riittävää. Se pitäisi mennä niin kuin paljon syvemmälle jo nuorille, lapsille. Tehdään esimerkiksi niin kuin Saksa tekee. Okei, Saksa on keskellä Eurooppaa, se on heille varmaan vielä tärkeämpää, mutta Saksassa siis EUta opiskellaan todella paljon. Siellä kaikki luokat käy tutustumismatkalla Brysselissä. Eli jotenkin sitä kautta ehkä saada myös nuoret ja lapset innostumaan asiasta. Ja toinen, mikä mun mielestä on aika hyvä esimerkki, on Sitran käynnistämä vaikuttajille suunnattu tämmöinen EU-keskustelu, EU-koulutus. Mä luulen, että se on semmoinen, tämän tapasta olisi hyvä saada varmasti lisää.
Joo. Viisaasti puhut siis tästä asiasta ja ilman muuta. Ja totta kai sitten jos ajatellaan, että pitääkö edistää niin kuin kaikkia hyviä asioita ja mitä kaikkea suomalaisten pitäisi oivaltaa ja mihin pitäisi kiinnostua, niin tietysti pitää niin kuin pohtia, että mikä on niin kuin realistista ja missä on raja ja ääri ja määrä. Ja varmasti on kehittämistä. Mutta edelleenkin, niin kuin tuossa totesit Reijo, niin 75% suomalaisista on sitä, että EU on aika hyvä juttu. He tietää, että tämä on turvallisuuspoliittisesti ollut meille niin kuin tärkeä silloin jo aikoja sitten. Ja he tietää, että aikanaan kun meillä oli vapaus päättää omasta devalvoinnista, sääntöisesti meni, mikä nyt on korrekti termi, huonosti. Ja jollain tavalla on kiva ollut nyt sitten olla tämmöisessä niin kuin bodissa mukana, vaikka Ruotsi saattaa pärjätä siinä ihan hyvin. He ymmärtää tarvittaessa enemmän, ja mä en ole ehkä ihan kauhean huolissani sit kuitenkaan siitä, että jos on niin kuin pakko kyseessä, niin kuin sit suomalaiset niin ottaa selvääkin, mutta ei tämä niin kuin pahitteeksi olisi. Ja edelleenkin mä sanoisin kyllä ja katsoisin, että suomalaisten sijasta niin sinne palloa sinne EUn suuntaan, että tehkää siitä selvempää, nimetkää nämä asiat konkreettisemmin ja jollain tavalla ihmiset ymmärtää.
No, mutta nyt mä vähän niin kuin, että mistä ihme EUsta sinä puhut? Onko se joku erillinen kuin mistä me puhutaan? Kun mehän ollaan
mä puhun kuule vaikka tästä Coreperistä, Eurooppa-neuvostosta, ministerineuvostosta ja sitten parlamentista ja siitä,
niin,
ja niitä vielä on. Ja jollain tavalla, että joku, nämä nyt on nimellyt näin, että tietäen, että ikään kuin ne tietysti pitää olla niin kuin tarpeeksi geneerisiä ja tämmöiset kirjainyhdistelmät ja muut saattaa olla, mutta et säkään varmaan ole sitä mieltä, että niin kuin ihan tuupin on mennyt.
No en tietenkään, mutta kyllä sittenkin sanoisin, että maailmanlaajuisesti parlamentti on useammin käytetty sana kuin eduskunta. Mutta Anne.
Joo. No me ollaan yritetty tähän ikään kuin näiden instituutioiden tunnetuksi tekemiseen ja päätöksentekoon liittyen, niin tehtiin mun mielestä aika kiva semmoinen 2 minuutin video, mikä pyörii somessa, löytyy VNK ja Eurooppa-tiedotuksen kanavilta. Sitä kannattaa katsoa, jos kiinnostaa. Ja sitten niin kuin Eurooppa-tiedotuksen nimissä meillä on aika hyviä semmoisia esimerkiksi EU-perusteos.
I mean, we do have sort of basic leaflets with basic information, and we distribute that out to citizens. And this autumn, we have with teachers a seminar, so we sort of support school teachers with this. And one more thing, if I compare this and how well do we all know about the committees of the Finnish Parliament, how they form their opinion in the committees, or do we know the whole structure of decision-making in Finland compared to the EU? I think that is taught at schools. Well, the EU questions are taught as well, so I think both can be improved in the terms of knowledge. One concrete question to conclude with. I yesterday had a chance to meet Professor Esko Antola. Those of you who don't know, Professor Esko Antola is from University of Turku, and in 1989 he started it here, a EU basic training course for journalists mainly. And this, together with the EU negotiations, I would say we had actually tens or even hundreds of communicators, journalists, a group of people who had a foundation, solid foundation of things, how they work. But they have all retired now. If not retired, they're about to. I'm not yet retired. Me neither. I'm not yet retired. But, well, you will not have the courage for 30 years. Well, that's right. But that was a boost. Exactly. If ever today we could find this, because I think there is a need. It is not about what the media is doing or the ministry is doing, but it's about the knowledge, the basis for us. That is the topic here. Do you think there's a need for such basic training? And do you think in the media people are ready to go for it? Go ahead, Rami. I think this is a common cause, and it concerns all of us. It is not just training journalists or about fundamental training or at upper secondary schools. If you think of communication by authorities, that is a task. It is a clear task, and the media must be talking more about or should be talking more about the EU. NGOs, think tanks like Sitra, the Innovation Fund, doing a great job there. And then, of course, politicians. If you think of the members of the parliament in Finland, Finland is a small country. It's easy to reach out and access members of parliament if you want to talk about the EU questions. So, therefore, you could always increase the awareness and you hear the multiple voices expressed around it. Also, this is interesting. You said young people are not interested in EU. Are they interested in the Finnish parliament, national decision-making? I think it would be important to get that message through. At the EU level, there are decision-making and policy-making that concerns all of us, as does the Parliament of Finland. So national policy-making and then EU policy-making, you shouldn't draw any lines between them. Education is always good for you, and I'm sure journalists are interested in this. And we organize a few times a year with the Prime Minister's office and the European offices of the European Parliament, like the European Commission here, where we go through the European decision process together with journalists. And we also have a separate course where we have how to acquire information concerning EU. And we always have people joining these courses. Yes, good courses. And Reijo, as you can see, this is still going on, perhaps subsurface, but it is there. Maria, please. Oh, there seems to be an interest here. And we can do this together with the EU institutions. And we do actually that already. We have the EU delegation here in Finland, and they have Team Europe Direct, and I'm a member of that. So every country has a network in place of people who are ready to go and speak about the European Union if they get invitations, of course. That requires the interest and the invitation, but just to inform you about that. Okay, so the funds will be distributed for 2025 for European communication and celebrating 30 years of membership. Could we organize maybe a new fundamental training course? I think it is very regulated. Regulation stipulates how to use that money. I need to verify that. Okay. I think we have almost used the time that was allocated to us. I think we all know our internal watch. This is Friday afternoon, so we know what the time is, and the time is up. It is time to stop talking. Thank you all for this. And I will not say if I agree with you or not, but we can talk about that later. Thank you also to the audience. Thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you also for you, those who followed this year's Europe Forum. I hope you have enjoyed the discussions that you have heard throughout the 3 last days here at the theatre. And if you want to share and continue this on social media, please use hashtags Europe Forum and hashtag Turku. Thank you all. See you next year in the Europe Forum.